agreeable to those amounts, just because those letters do need to go out today. And we hadn't really
The
looked at,
adjustments came in the highlighted yellow,
yes, sir.
and that was due to the fact that they were out of our criterion.
Yes, yes. So you brought those up.
Between now and the final adoption, which is August the 24th, we will come back and talk about the disposition of any of the funds that are over and above the policy of, our unassigned fund balance policy of 33%, and how we, if we choose to apply any of those towards things. And one of the, one item was on our retirement debt. It looks like there's about a little over $90,000. For every $1 million we pay down on that debt, there's a little over.
For a while, but it's, again, just based on how many instances they are actually billing for.
So that's a little different than our arrangement where we're just giving them flat money to do whatever they.
To cover the areas outside, outside the incorporated cities, yes, sir. So with the 125,000, it's just down at the bottom of the, yeah, perfect, that section there. She says that, to reach the areas in need, this would cover over 1,500 animals. They would receive spay, neuter, and microchip. And that the 19,000, the past funding level, is exhausted within 3 months usually. Economic Development Department. The Sports Commission asked for an increase in funding of $30,000, so this would increase to 130 from our previous 100,000. You had asked about the city of Waco and what they had funded and what they planned on funding. They have always contributed 75,000, and of course their budget is not adopted yet either, but the plan is that they would continue the $75,000 level of funding into next year. Stay on our timeline. Those letters need to go out from the judge's office today. So I just wanted to just come back here and just make sure, that we all knew what those ending numbers look like. Everyone has received a COLA on this list. So the right side is just what our fiscal year 22 elected official salaries look like. Some of the judges are, the COLA doesn't apply to them because those numbers are set a different way. But the ones that are highlighted in yellow, those were the amounts that Anna spoke on and recommended moving those up to a certain level. And then of course the COLA is added on top of that. So I just wanted to just make sure that we were all still agreeable to those amounts, just because those letters do need to go out today. And we hadn't really
The
looked at,
adjustments came in the highlighted yellow,
yes, sir.
and that was due to the fact that they were out of our criterion.
Yes, yes. So you brought those up.
Between now and the final adoption, which is August the 24th, we will come back and talk about the disposition of any of the funds that are over and above the policy of, our unassigned fund balance policy of 33%, and how we, if we choose to apply any of those towards things. And one of the, one item was on our retirement debt. It looks like there's about a little over $90,000. For every $1 million we pay down on that debt, there's a little over 90,000 and some change.
Correct. So
Savings that goes up over time if salaries are adjusted up.
that's correct. So yeah, those paying in $1 million or whatever the amount may be is going to.
Okay. At this time, we will have public comments. Reagan, who do you have that is calling in?
I believe you're gonna connect us to Valerie first. Valerie Fulmore. I'll be the person.
Good morning.
Good morning. If you would, introduce yourself and you can make your comments. Please keep them between 2 and 3 minutes.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My name is Valerie Fillmore. I live at 3224 Maple Avenue, Waco, Texas, 76707. I'm here as a citizen asking for free and fair elections for all, not just for some. I am here urging that the honorable elected members of the County Commissioners Court approve without reservation the proposed list of election judges and workers put forth by Mary Duty on behalf of the McLennan County Democratic Party, equally as fair and kind individuals dedicated to the administration of free and fair elections as the other party. I do not believe that there was cheating or bad faith that went on during the 2020 election, and I believe these workers are honorable and are doing the best job that they can to serve the community. Our democracy depends on free and fair elections, and I urge you to approve this list. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next caller.
This will be Mary Van Judge.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm fine.
All
My
right.
name is Mary.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Mary Mann. I live at 518 Redgate Road, Mart. I'm a resident of Precinct 2 and an activist with the McLennan County Democratic Party and the Texas Democratic Women of Central Texas. I want to address you today regarding the agenda item M7, the authorization of election workers. I have 11 years experience as a poll worker and election judge, and in the last 8 years, I've given supplemental training to election judges recruited as is often necessary at the last minute. I've also been a poll watcher and trained poll watchers for the Democratic Party since 2014. This year, the judges or alternate judges in McLennan County Democrats have presented to our elections administrator and to you today continue to be qualified, well-trained, competent, and dedicated election workers. We've interviewed them and reviewed their assignments, and along with Mary Judy, who would really rather be here right now instead of doing her rehab, I am confident that the list of Democratic Party judges and alternate judges we have submitted is a very good one. I looked briefly at the Republican Party's list and recognized the names of many of those we have worked with and have had comments from our judges and poll workers regarding their integrity and devotion to a well-run vote center. It is each party's duty to submit trusted individuals to the elections administrator, and I believe both parties have done our best to do that. The McLennan County Democratic Party is proud of our election judges and poll workers' diligence and integrity in working the elections for all of McLennan County, and I hope that you will approve these names today, authorize them for the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller. Okay.
She said,
D-
I was just about to. No, not at this time.
Okay. All right, that's all.
That's it.
Okay.
Callers.
Okay, and we do have one person in the audience that would like to make a public comment, so if you'll come forward. If you would sit here, because we have to record this. You can take the mask off if you want to.
I'm not really prepared to say anything for the, but it's for the election judges and everything that we've been having trouble with. And I'm just playing this by ear. I hadn't practiced anything or whatever.
Okay,
My understanding is that they've not been following the rules and whatever on some of the goings on and whatever. I just learned about this here last week. And I'm wanting to see how y'all gonna be handling this. I've heard that it's been up on the agenda for a while. I'm just here to find out kind of what y'all gonna do about it or act about it or whatever.
all right. We can,
My name's Danny Randolph,
yeah, and act, well, give your address.
5477 Leroy Parkway in West.
Okay. All right, as a rule, we can't respond to public
Yeah.
comment.
I understand.
But if you'll, just in a minute, we'll address it in the agenda item.
Yeah.
And it'll be more clear to what the action of the court will be.
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right, and we always appreciate people
Thanks, sir.
to make comments.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, I'd like to just make one comment that, it's, and we'll get it, when we get to the agenda item, we will have more clarification on it, but the, state of, Texas says that the Commissioners Court approves the list that's given to us, and it says shall. Any difference of opinion about who the worker list is should be debated between the two parties and brought to the Commissioners Court. Our deadline is the 31st of this month, but we don't particularly debate any issue except the qualifications, legal qualifications of poll workers, which mean they vote in the county. any disqualification is not done by the Commissioners Court, but by the Secretary of State. And so, in a minute, we will come with that agenda item and address it. But our duty is to approve that list as is. We don't have any other option to do that, this time. So Dustin, if you will go ahead and pick up, we need to, go to item, under proclamations, under item D1. Got a proclamation here, that I'd like to read. This is a proclamation of the Commissioners Court of McLennan County, Texas, recognizing Centacor for its 55th year milestone. Whereas Centacor began its dedication to help those in need in 1967, this year Centacor has reached the 55th year milestone, and whereas Centacor operates as a 501c3 nonprofit organization that provides treatment and recovery services for those who suffer from alcohol and drug addiction. It offers substance use programs for both adults and adolescents, and whereas Centacor's focus is to provide high-quality, affordable service to the clients and the communities it proudly serves, and whereas in 2000, Centacor's Waco location served almost 1,000 people, providing inpatient and outpatient detox, short-term residential prevention and recovery services, and whereas Centacor's commitment to following its core values of health, wellness, faith, work, recovery, respect, accountability, and education is a commitment to providing our citizens a future they deserve. And now therefore it be proclaimed that the Commissioners Court of McLennan County wishes to honor and recognize Centacor for its dedication and compassion to the McLennan County citizens, and be it further proclaimed that a copy of this proclamation be made a permanent part of the minutes of the Commissioners Court. Witness our hand and seal this 18th day of August, 2021. Signed, Scott M. Felton, County Judge. Jim Smith, Commissioner Precinct 1. Patricia Miller, Commissioner Precinct 2. Will Jones, Commissioner Precinct 3. And Ben Perry, Commissioner Precinct 4. Attested by J.A. Andy Harwell, County Clerk, and Mercedes Perkins, Deputy County Clerk. This is a great achievement for a nonprofit entity that's been an important part of our community to deal with some very tough issues, and I make a motion we approve this proclamation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you. All right, Dustin, you want to pick up the agenda?
Yes, sir. And Judge, we have two public hearings that we need to take care of. The first one is under F2A. This is the public hearing on the proposed tax rate for 2021. I'd like to call on Francis to kind of introduce that.
Thank you, Dustin. So yes, today we are having the public hearing on the tax rate. Proper notice was given per Chapter 26 of the tax code of this public hearing. The vote to adopt the actual tax rate for the next calendar year will actually be on Tuesday, August the 24th, 2021 at 9:00 a.m. in Commissioner's Courtroom of the McLennan County Courthouse. So,
Okay, it is 9:13, so I open the public hearing. And I do not believe we had anyone sign up to speak on that. All right, seeing no one, then we will close the hearing at 9:13 and a half. And so the action would be a motion to accept for recording purposes. Is that the way? There's no action
You don't
item?
need an action on that, but you do need to announce when the date for the vote on the tax rate will be.
yes, if you just want to repeat that information, the vote for next Tuesday.
All right, announce that. Go ahead.
So the vote on the tax rate will occur next Tuesday, August 24th, 2021 at 9:00 a.m. in the Commissioner's Courtroom of the McLennan County Courthouse.
All right, thank you.
All right, and Judge, moving on to item M5 regarding the district clerk's preservation and digitization plan as per government code section 51.305. I don't see John Gimbel on. Judge, is he in the courtroom?
He is, yes, he is.
Okay. John, did you want to introduce this and then Judge can open the public hearing?
Morning.
Good morning, sir. Yes, sir. We have just a simple thing we do annually so that we can collect one of our special revenue fees. It's the acceptance of our archives and management program there. It's and that feeds into, what is it, a $10 fee, Francis, that we collect so that we can help fund the preservation and digitization of records. So I
Okay.
believe y'all all have a copy of the plan.
Right. Okay, at this time, I'd like to open up the public hearing at 9:15. And I don't believe we had anyone sign up for it. Not seeing anyone coming forward, we will close the public hearing at 9:15 and a half.
And Judge, that public hearing was under M5A, and there is an action item on M5B. Is consideration of and/or action to adopt the district clerk's document preservation and digitization plan.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court? Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass.
Going to item M7 regarding the November 2nd, 2021 joint general election, authorization of early voting workers, election workers, signature verification committee, and ballot board, extra workers for Democratic and Republican parties, and central count workers. So,
Okay.
Judge, we have Mike and Jared both on the meeting.
Okay. Mike, just explain what the charge of the court would be.
Okay. You have a list that's been, well, let me back up. The Republicans and the Democratic Party put together a list of workers. Now, they're not putting any sort of form or whatever as far as this person here, this person here. They give their list of workers to the elections administrator. The elections administrator, based on experience and other matters, puts those people in positions. And then that list is sent over to the commissioner's court for approval. But the approval is really not the right word because the commissioner's court has no authority but to approve that list. It's a shall, and then the Secretary of State has interpreted it that way. An elections advisory opinion has interpreted it that way. So really, we have no discretion, or the Commissioner's Court has no discretion, but to approve the list that's been provided to it today.
Jared, do you have anything to add to that?
No, we do ask them for advice as far as where they would like people or the judges to be placed. So, but that's the only thing I have to add. Other than that, nope.
Okay. Okay, any questions anyone would have? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Okay, pass. All right.
Like to go to item K, grant proposals. K1s regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. K1A and K1B are agreements with consultants for the administration of the grant. K1A is authorization of professional services agreement with BKD LLP, and K1B is authorization of professional consulting contract with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham Incorporated. And on the BKD one, we have Danny Martinez on the line. Mike, did you want to introduce it? And Judge, we apologize. We got the final version that BKD had reviewed back last night and had asked Reagan to send it out this morning to the commissioners. So it's hot off the press.
Okay.
I believe the only change, and this is from me just looking at it quickly, is the only change is to put in language about them being GSA certified, where we can, they're essentially, you don't have to put out any competitive proposals or requests for them since they're on the GSA government contract. Is that right, Danny?
Yeah, that is correct. We in the last couple of weeks, we had been working to ensure that was an allowable procurement method, since we had already gone through that process to be determined approved by GSA for those rates, and they came back to us and said specifically for this type of work that was allowed, and so that would be the change that you're seeing in there.
Okay. Essentially, the contract with BKD is for them to assist with the American Rescue Plan Act planning, where what we need is somebody to assist us in looking at different things that would qualify under the act, making sure that we're complying in doing so with the Treasury Department regs. And it's essentially like what we did with the CARES Act, having a third-party administrator or consultant that keeps abreast of the regulations, knows the regulations, talks with us, talks to our people, and figures out, what would be the best avenues and routes for using the money, especially looking at the requirements or the restrictions of the Treasury as far as the regulations. The statute itself is pretty broad, but you have to always watch the regulations because they always are a lot more detailed.
Okay, any questions? Basically is this arrangement between the county and BKD would help us analyze many of the requests that we have that could possibly come under the American Rescue Plan Act, to be sure it does, to be sure it hits all those points. So once we get that money out, we need to be sure that it was in compliance with what the rules are, so we don't have to pay it back. And this gives support around with audit and paying our bills. So is there any
What about the
question?
reporting? There's already been some reports that have been due. Will they assist us in that area?
Yes, I believe so. I believe they'll assist us in the reporting because that's part of the guidance. But really, the first reports will be very minimal until we have a plan that is actually being implemented, which will be after the services under this contract are done. That there's not going to be major reports. So this will be primarily, they'll be doing reports on what their third-party administrative services are doing.
Yes, the first report is due August 31st, and it's a plan, kind of a plan document. But like Mike was saying, if there's not any plans in place yet, that report, I believe, should be pretty minimal. But that's my understanding, is that they will be assisting in that as well.
Any other questions?
Danny, is that correct?
Yes, yes, that, I was gonna jump in. Yeah, that is correct. That's part of the, you know, helping you all ensure that you are in compliance. So be in compliance with the reporting aspect of it as well.
Couple of questions, Judge.
Yeah, please.
Will BKD then work with us in identifying eligible projects? To the best of their knowledge, say, yes, these do qualify under the ARPA. Is that correct?
That's the main duty.
That's their main duty.
driving.
Yeah. They won't
reason.
necessarily rank them, they'll just give them to us.
Danny, you want to explain as you review what's eligible or not, how you communicate with us that we can put in the file that assures us that they do qualify?
Sure. So as you all pointed out, we do have the interim final rule as far as what's allowable, and within it, there's kind of 4 different buckets as far as what you can utilize as allowable expenditures. We are still waiting a little bit because it is in the comment period, and so we're wanting to make sure that the Treasury doesn't make any changes to what is or is not allowable. But once we have that final guidance, what we do there is, you know, you all, and working with you all to identify what you want to utilize the funding for, and then we put together what's called an eligibility memo. So it'll be explaining the use of these funds is allowable for this cost according to this section, according to this frequently asked question guidance. So we try to line out exactly where within those 4 buckets and where else within the regulations it's allowable, and we help you document that for audit purposes, both from your external auditor or if if Treasury were to want to look at it later down the road.
Okay.
And then I understand, I would assume we would create some sort of deadline for applicants for this so that we have all of them in front of us when those decisions are being, start to be made. Would that be reasonable?
That would be,
assertion?
I think that's under the control of the court, and I think we'd want to, expedite that. The money's not doing anybody any good sitting in a checking account. It needs to be
Right.
distributed into the community,
Right.
and so.
There's deadlines for the, I mean, there's,
Right. And we've got to work within those frameworks of what the guidelines are, but, and then lastly.
I'm
Wait,
sorry, Danny, or could somebody remind everybody those deadlines?
The funding needs to be encumbered by the end of by calendar year 2024 and used by calendar year 2026.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. And then I understand that we will also, at some point in time, address perhaps an agreement with a third party for infrastructure.
That's next.
Which is.
Next agenda item.
Right. What happens, is it possible that some of those infrastructure requests could bleed over into the area that would also be under BKD, in which case will those 2 groups work together to work through that situation? I guess my question then. Theoretically, some of it could.
Mr. Smith, the land agreement is more technical. They're doing more, although they're not implementing it, they're creating drawings and plans and different things that would, show whether this is possible or not from a practical standpoint. But yes, there was something that was a joint issue. We would require them to work together, and I'm sure they would professionally work together. Right, Danny?
Yes, that's correct. And I think, with this initial phase, coming up with that spending plan, we're going to want to be making sure that, you're utilizing the funding in the right bucket and getting the most out of it. So if it's something that could potentially be allowable with multiple sources of funding, thinking about what is the best way, best funding source to utilize for it. But yeah, we'll be happy to work together on that.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
Just had one.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
And I guess it piggybacks on the point that Commissioner Smith made about ranking. Because the ultimate decision on projects is going to fall on the court.
Right.
And then we'll take in everything into consideration. And I say that being from a kind of a small side of the county, and you got some really large spaces over on the other side of the county. But, and so the court will come up with what the urgency and the importance or the significance of a project, right?
Priority.
Okay.
Yes, priority, and that's what I would hope,
Okay.
that there's a few items that are, no question we want to do. We've
Okay.
already expressed some of that. And there's others that we don't exactly know yet, and without the consultation of these consultants, you know, we may not know until we do that. So I would say that we would have a priority list, because there may be more requests than we have money, which is a very common thing that happens. And so we have to look at them and understand what, or try to deliberate on what those, what are the key factors that make a priority, make one thing higher priority than the other. So we'll have to talk about some of those are the effects of human, you know, and then the other may be more on return on investment in regards to infrastructure, you know, how we participate in rural water systems and things like that, and working with other communities to help put the county in a better position to be able to market economically. And so those dollars, you know, put in the right place could be a big turning point.
Would it behoove us at some point to, and I understand it would be very, very loosely construed, but to create percentages that are certain, allocate a certain portion to nonprofits and a certain portion to working with other communities who are going to receive money, and us put some kind of matching funds with that, and then maybe another bucket of just projects that the county wants to tackle that we need to tackle, because I could see all of this getting
Yeah.
all mixed up.
No, exactly. And, you know, we've really put off the discussion trying to get through budget.
Right.
And during the budget discussion, some of these things came up, said, well, we would like to do that if it can be funded the American Rescue Plan, or
Right.
we're gonna do it one way or the other. And so, the next step is to, just like we did through the budgeting process, that we set up schedule discussion times that we could start talking about the big picture. Here's how much money we have, how do we wanna allocate it? And then what are the key factors for prioritizing our decision? And that would be real quick. That needs to be fairly quick. And
At some of those meetings, the consultant will actually show up. Either consultant or both will be there to talk to the court about it.
Right.
Yeah, you'd want to create, and through that planning process, create some sort of budget, like you're asking for. Like, that would be, I think, a big part of it is budgeting those grant funds on how you want to spend them, which will also help us in processing those costs through our office.
Well, we have a couple, you know, fairly large requests that we've either approved or have a pretty good idea the court has a consensus to support. And some of those need answers fairly quick. And so it's important that we put that as a hot discussion item, work session item over the next weeks.
Thank you.
Any other questions regarding the BKD proposal? As mentioned, this final agreement just got drafted last night and reviewed last night. But, so, Mike and Dustin, both of y'all feel comfortable to, you reviewed it and it aligns with what the court, wishes are.
Yes, I feel comfortable with it. We had, excuse me, we had come to a conclusion on the format of the contract before. The only change that I see that they sent back after we negotiated the contract was to make clear that they have GSA standing so that it won't be so hard to get their the costs of their consulting services covered by the ARPA.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments?
Just
Commissioner
one
Miller.
last one.
Yeah.
On the
No limit.
compensation, 49.5, I see section 10.4 says if we ask for additional work, it'll be additional compensation, and that's justifiably so. But since this is a professional services agreement, then doesn't have any, that 50,000 cap doesn't have any effect on this contract. Is that correct?
Mike?
That's correct. Well, that's correct. Generally, you would, on professional services agreement, you would give them, you would accept them under the professional services provisions of the Competitive Bidding Act. But in reality, this is since it's already went through the general services bidding process, it's kind of like contracting through the state. We can contract with them essentially through the federal government.
Okay, any other questions? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve the professional services agreements with BKD for grant
Second.
administrations.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Okay, pass, thank you.
A1B is authorization of professional consulting contract with Lockwood, Andrews and Newman Incorporated. If the court will remember, back in July, we had actually approved an agreement with LAN pending Mike's review, and Mike has kind of redrafted that agreement, and that is what is before you today.
Okay. And so, Mike, obviously you feel comfortable with the agreement with
Yeah, I redrafted the whole thing, so I feel comfortable with it.
Okay, and Tom, are you on? Tom Ray?
Judge, I don't believe Tom
Okay.
is.
All right, and most of you know this, but Tom's a qualified engineer that has worked with the county before and has worked with McLennan County Water Resource Group. His background, of course, is engineering, but has worked with the Brazos River Authority and has worked on a lot of infrastructure projects with the major cities and communities in and around McLennan County. And we know that water is a big issue. Having abundant, clean, accessible, reasonably priced water is important for our economic growth. And also taking in consideration arsenic issues in eastern McLennan County, but also distribution of water. And there's been several grants that we have qualified for and that is helping us analyze how to improve the water situation. The biggest issue that we've got is our Southern Trinity does not recharge like a lot of aquifers do, and so trying to utilize treated surface water becomes very important. Additionally, taking wastewater and getting it to the commercial or manufacturing areas where they don't have to use treated water, they use wastewater, then that helps us reduce our dependency on treated water. So those will be the things that we will look at. Any questions anyone would have regarding that contract?
I have one for Mike. And I think I have alluded to this before, Mike, but the area where it talks about the LAN assisting the county in developing a list of infrastructure-related projects, how will you handle, or how will it be handled if we're working with another community or organization or whomever, and LAN is their primary engineering firm, and yet they're going to assist us on that end, identifying that as being a viable and possibly ranking those projects? Do you see a conflict there?
I think there would be, but I don't know that LAN is the regular engineer for any of the surrounding cities. I haven't ran into him that much, so I'm not.
I don't know either. I just would not want to see that happen.
Well, we will, if that comes up, we'll address it, and their decisions or their partaking in that would be very limited.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that, that's why, they don't make decisions for us. They only make recommendations, and it's up to the court to really analyze if there is any conflicts, that, we need to take that in consideration. But, I think and I agree, I don't know of any relationship that they have with any of the folks that we'd be dealing with, but we can, any local firm, that's always a possibility. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I had one question in regards to, I think they're going to do a great job. I like their focus being on small cities and those unincorporated areas dealing with water shortages. I've had one company come. I'm going to send you some information so that it can make the larger list for consideration. My question would be, and I'm really glad that the information is starting to seep out into the community so that smaller water companies know that this funding source is available. But what are we going to do as far as marketing or putting out public information so that our smaller water companies or our other entities who would want to apply for this assistance would know that this assistance is even there?
I would say that there's a group called the McLennan County Water Resource Group. And every water user in McLennan County is a member of it. And I think that group would be the one that talks to them all. We've had, we were shocked to see how many folks showed up for the first meeting at Farm Bureau.
Okay.
We had 72 people attend.
Okay.
And there was not one water system that was not represented in there.
Okay.
And so they're all aware, and I've been contacted by most of the water systems about anything that, where these funds might be able to assist them. And so there again, I think we're gonna have requests more than our ability to, but being just a part of some of it and making arrangements where, we didn't fund all of it, but we could give some money towards matching.
I know we.
Yes.
I spoke with Tom when he was at our last meeting, and the Water Development Board has a set of criteria that for eligible projects, and that's sort of what they are using as I guess a guide. I don't know, but
Right.
they have, it's those, and I wrote it down and I can't find it, what it was called, but it has to do with the Water Development Board and their the State Water Development Board.
Yeah, and
Their criteria for eligible projects.
right, that's exactly right. And we have submitted our plan to the Water Development Board for the state plan. And we worked hand in hand with, Bryce River Authority. It's, been very helpful in putting that together. So I think we're in good shape as far as how we're working with Water Development Board many times. And some of the water systems have already taken out loans through the Water Development Board to start their projects. And so, you know, I think the timing's good for us to look at that, but you're exactly right. There are guidelines and rules about, you know, what we can do. And anytime we can get, put our money with grant money, it will, we'll be able to move further along with getting a full plan working in McLennan County.
Do we have information on our website about, for instance, the fact that we're getting ready to, or is this something that maybe Dustin and the consultants can work together with? But I think a presence on our website that lets individuals know that this funding source is out there, that this is an intake
Right.
process for those people that would be eligible.
I think that's an excellent idea. And once we get these consultants on board, get them to help us prepare the information to be able to get on our website, so entities that want to apply understand the process to go through. Any other questions or comments? All right, is there, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve the professional consulting contract with Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you. Justin?
I'd like to go to item M1, discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19. Elizabeth's going to give a quick update.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I just want to talk to everybody about vaccines and testing. I'll start with vaccine clinics first. The health district is still continuing to do their clinic at the health district Monday through Friday from 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And they are continuing to do community clinics as well for anybody wanting to get their vaccine. They post their information on their Facebook and Instagram about where the locations are going to be at for that week. And they should be adding that information to covidwaco.com as well. So if anybody is needing to get their vaccine, you know, they are still doing their community clinics. I just wanted to let the public and remind everyone about that. And I know testing has been a priority, you know, given the increase in cases and everything else happening with COVID-19. And we are hoping within the next 7 to 10 days that they will get the testing, community testing up and running again. The health district is working through that contract. Whenever that does get open, there will be an announcement on covidwaco.com as well as their social media pages.
Okay. Do you know what type of testing, what type of test we'll be using?
I believe they're working with the self-administered nasal swab, I believe, but they're working, that'll be with Davico is, I believe, the company they're working to contract through.
Okay.
So when that is confirmed, I will give, I'll make sure to give you guys the information on what type of testing we'll be doing.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any questions for Elizabeth? All right, Dustin?
All right, and Judge, we've got a couple of presenters that on a timeline, and so if we could go back to F2A under budget and call on Francis, and I know she's going to discuss emergency management and then also the appraisal district budget.
Yes, so while Elizabeth is here with us, there's a couple items in the general fund budget that we needed to come back to that you had some further questions on. One of these was the funding for emergency management for next year. And so she had presented a request, and chime in, Elizabeth, whenever you need to add information. She had submitted a request, which was an increase over last year. It was due to, which she explained when she visited with you last. It was due to EOC temporary workers, additional sirens that were needed for the county, and increased indirect expense allocation from the city. The indirect expenses were related to the increased use of the technology department by emergency management last year. And so as they were operating the COVID-19 response call center, and that would require more computers, more phone lines, those indirect costs related to that department that were now attributable to emergency management have increased. And so part of that cost then, of course, is passed over on to the county if you approve. I know, Elizabeth, is there anything you want to add to that piece of it?
Yeah, so there was, so I looked a little bit more into those indirect costs, and we're looking at a little bit also increase where our legal increases as well, our demand within our legal system. There were some increases in that. And then a lot of our increases were also, there was a large increase in the depreciation expenses for our radio operations equipment as well, was something else that changed. And so part of it, I understand it, is kind of they do this total budgeted salary times a percentage that they come up with from the consultant looking at information from those indirect costs. And so it's a rate based on the general salaries of our 3 positions. And I believe last year, we didn't have our assistant emergency management coordinator position filled out, which may have led to that kind of decrease. And with the increase of expenses of COVID-19, that's why there's an increase. There's a rollover and carryover that had to happen for this upcoming fiscal year.
Any questions you would have about that?
And so the county's portion that they're requesting, and this is estimated, it ultimately depends on what the state kicks in, but based on history, our portion would be around $374,030. That's a $53,497 increase over the prior year.
What's in the proposed budget right now?
So we had $372,923. There is a slight increase there. And Elizabeth, I was going to have you touch on that next. You were asking also to change a position from an admin assistant to a...
Yes.
Okay.
So what we were wanting to do is reclassify our administrative position to a senior administrative position for the city of Waco. Our admin assistant does more work than what what that position was designated for. Her position now, granted, we have the radio shop that also does a lot of stuff. So there's more job duties that were not in the original job description. So we want to make sure to compensate her for the additional job duties that have come up under her position since the addition of the radio shop, the increase in users on the City of Waco radio system, as well as she is managing our project for our Tier 2 interactive map that shows the Tier 2 facilities. And so she works with our outside those companies that send in their data and works with our GIS team to produce a map to show those for the county. And so it'd be a 2,000.
Tier 2 is the chemicals, is that right?
Yes, sir. That's our chemicals. And so that's one of her projects that she has taken up on, that we have assigned to her into that position.
Any questions? Any other questions about that?
And so, based on Commissioner Jones' question, it did, the request increased slightly because of that change, that classification in that position she's referencing. And, we did include the total request in the proposed budget, but you still had questions you just wanted her to clear up. So I just wanted to make sure that we came back to that and you got all the answers you needed before we proceeded.
And, usually from county employees, workload is not the one it's more duties. And so expanding duties is what changes the classification, which she qualifies for that. Any questions anyone have? All right, action item on that, right? So,
No, we will just, that'll be something that we have in the budget. The
okay,
entire
and
budget.
so when we approve the final budget, that automatically approves that?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
gotcha.
sir.
Gotcha.
And then, while she is here, I don't know, Elizabeth, if you're ready to speak on this, but, I think there may have been some other questions about the fire protection budget.
Right.
The way the proposed budget sits now, we have the same amount per department, which was $5,500. plus the amount for unincorporated areas. You discussed an additional amount that you may want to fund, but that was through ARP funding. So I think that may be something you may want to talk about when you get to that topic later on.
Okay.
With BKD, but of course, up to you if you had any other questions for her. And then we also did place an additional $35,000 in the budget for the Bagby Road responsibilities that were discussed
Right.
earlier in the
That was the
summer.
maximum, yeah.
So she's, here if y'all had any other questions on that as well.
Yes. And I also had Chief Summers on the line to talk about that Bagby Road agreement, or Bagby agreement, if there were any questions, maybe from a fire chief perspective that he may be able to better answer. I wanted to make sure to bring him online if there's any questions the court or any of the commissioners had specifically for Chief Summers.
I don't have any. I think we had some questions and they were answered by Chief, and unless there's other questions pertaining to that contract.
My questions were answered.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Chief. All right, Francis, is that?
So I think that sums up the topics that Elizabeth was going to be able to speak on today.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank y'all.
And Judge and Francis, I see Joe Don Bobbitt on the call. I don't know if y'all want to go ahead and do the appraisal district budget
Yeah.
now under this budget item.
Right, I would say let's do that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mainly, I just want to let y'all know that overall, we're trying to maintain our budget. We have our reserves built up. And right now, we don't have any great pending litigation that we're expecting. Most of it has been resolved. And so our overall budget has increased 3% roughly. But what the entities portion will actually see is actually a slight decrease. And so we're using our reserve funds to replace our servers. And so that way it'll keep y'all's portion as stable as possible going forward. So overall, there's not a whole lot of change, but we just want to let y'all know if there's anything else y'all need from us, you have any questions regarding the totals or anything else, we're always available to come speak with y'all.
Okay.
So I don't know if y'all have anything else.
Any questions? And what was y'all's COLA amount that you put in?
It ends up being about 3% is what we factored in for the employees.
Okay. All right.
We're actually losing actual employee salary, I think, is actually decreasing 3%, but we're losing several employees due to retirement and other things. So the actual budget amount will decrease.
Okay. All right. Any questions? All right. Appreciate you joining us.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
And one comment to make on their budget and the way it appears in our budget. Once we have the final numbers, you'll see a slight decrease, which is on that list of the proposed budget changes.
Right.
From proposed to now. But they run on a calendar year, and we, of course, on a fiscal year ending September 30th. So the amount in the budget it's 1 quarter of the 2021 calendar year, and then the 3 quarters of the 2022 budget year that they presented. So if you see that difference there, that is why the budget looks a little bit different than what is presented.
All right. Thank you. All right,
All
Dustin.
right, like to go to item F2B, Community Supervision and Corrections Department, recording of proposed FY 2022-2023 initial budgets. Like to call on Chip.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
The initial budgets for FY 22 and 23 for the Adult Probation Department have to be recorded in Commissioner's Court prior to having a judge's meeting to approve the budgets. Our population was down this last fiscal year compared to the previous of around 20%, the population of probationers. Our collections were down approximately 17%. And because of the population numbers, we lost $68,000 in basic supervision funding compared to last biennium. If you compared it to last fiscal year, it came up to about $54,000. So our staff right now compared to last fiscal year are also down 20%. We have almost the exact number of probation officers last year that we did this year, but administrative and support staff, we haven't filled a number of those positions until just recently. So these are balanced budgets going into the next fiscal year, and the court does not have to vote on them, but they're here for recording purposes.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have any questions? If not, is there a motion to accept this report for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item K3 regarding the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service Wildlife Services Program, authorization of feral hog grant application submission. I'd like to call on Jared Muir, please.
Good morning, guys. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, good morning, Jared.
Thank y'all for having me on this morning. I put together a proposal for a grant to work with the Texas Wildlife Services as well as McLennan County Commissioners Court and the Texas AgriLife Extension Service here in McLennan County to help put together some assistance for local producers in our county to help abate and work on decreasing our feral hog population. We worked on this last year, didn't get approval, found some local funds to work with, as you see in the grant, some of our wildlife services and extension specialists to do some result demonstration stuff to help some local producers and see the impact that would happen if we would have gotten this grant, putting together some corral traps and trapping those hogs. And we've removed several hundred hogs over the last year just through those minimal traps that we were able to acquire. So working together to put this grant together again this year, as you see in the grant, this is a cost share grant where we purchase the supplies, they reimburse us everything with the exception of the bounty program, and they split the bounty program with the county. So looking at my grant, the only fees that we would be out on the county level would be splitting that grant, splitting that bounty program at a cost of $2,500. With these funds, like it said, like it's outlined in the grant paperwork, we were looking at purchasing supplies and equipment to equip us with 3 additional corral style traps, which have proven to be the most effective to trap these hogs and remove them. We would loan those traps out to producers around the county and assist them with setting them up and different things to help them help work on decreasing our hog population in this county, because since we worked on this last year and this meeting at this time last year, we've had an overwhelming amount of calls into our office with people asking for assistance, needing help, trying to get these guys under control, whether it be farmers and ranchers, and we're getting a large increase in population of these guys moving into these outer city limits where people are expanding out, and taking over where those hogs used to be, and they're into subdivisions, different things. So we're trying to find ways to help those people as well, get those hogs taken care of.
And you're talking about the corral tower. Those are the ones that drop where the corral's elevated, and then you remotely.
These are similar. They have like a guillotine style gate on one end with a trigger mechanism that's set manually by the hog. If we were to get those are very nice. Those are I guess top of the line style corral traps, but those run about $10,000 a piece with all the electronics and everything. The corral traps we're looking at are roughly around $1,500 to $1,750. Putting together those traps with all the cameras and everything for them. but they're manual set traps by the hogs. They're not the elevated corral style traps.
Got you. Okay. Questions from the court?
I'd just like to make a comment. I'm thinking it's because of the programs that Extension Service has done in the past, but this year compared to prior years, we're not finding as many wild hogs on the side of the road and having to bury them as we have done in prior years. So something's working.
Like people running over them?
I don't know how they die, but they're on the side of the road, gone,
You
expired.
didn't do an autopsy?
I didn't get that close to.
Oh, you didn't?
But we're not burying as many as we were having to in prior years.
Well, it sounds like programs are working then.
Yeah.
Well, I know that, a lot of this is on the back of agriculture, but I know many of the golf courses are having problems as well, especially like you say, if they're on the outskirts of communities and all of that. So what's the pleasure of the court?
I move to approve K3.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Pass. All right, thank you, Jared.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, have a good day.
Item K4 is regarding the Bureau of Justice Assistance Small Rural Tribal Body Worn Camera Program, authorization of grant application submission for Constable Precinct 1. And I believe Constable Strickland and Kevin Carter are in the courtroom.
Good morning.
Judge, this is the first time we've ever applied for a grant, so I'll just have to answer questions as best I can.
So what does this do? What does this grant do for you?
It's a one-for-one grant.
What does that mean?
Well, it means if we spend $1, they will give us another $1.
Okay.
Up to a limit of 2,000 per camera. Oh, sorry. And we've asked for 10 cameras. They're a combination of body camera and car cameras. The grant also includes, the funds can be used for technology, part of it where we're bringing in people to hook it up, like IT has been involved. And so it's, the main thing is if we spend the money, then we can apply for the reimbursement of the funds. Our grant request was over $100,000, so the limit here is 20. But if we can get that back, then, that's money. It doesn't have to come out of general fund.
Right.
That's what we were looking at.
So, so this would be, these would be in use, for, speeding and things like that?
Well,
or-
no, sir, they use their cameras for any public interaction.
Which
When they get out of the
includes-
car, it turns on, and
Yep.
whether they're knocking on a door or doing traffic, or it's public interaction.
Okay. What questions does anyone have?
Maximum cost to the county
Of this,
of this grant.
there's no cost to us. It's just that if we have a budget item in the budget for cameras, and we're trying to offset some of that cost.
For every dollar you spend, we're gonna get
Okay.
reimbursed that dollar. I know, we just came at you, didn't we? Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was thinking about something.
For every dollar that you spend, they're gonna reimburse you that dollar back?
That's my understanding. If the court approves our purchase of the cameras, then we can apply for these funds. If we do not get the cameras, then we can't apply. Because it's $1 for dollar. They'll only, if we spend the money, they'll give us $1 up to 2,000 per camera, which is 20,000 max.
Did we include the cameras in the capital outlay?
No, sir.
portion of the budget?
See, that wasn't approved yet, so,
What is it, a dollar placeholder?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. There's also another grant that's not available until December with Hot Cog, and then there's another grant that's available through the governor's office, but it will not be available until late in the year also. And so we're just trying to look at ways to help county costs.
So this is just the application, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's correct. So the application.
It doesn't obligate us to anything, correct? Unless-
That's correct. The application's due the 31st, and then we would bring acceptance. If it's awarded, we would bring that back to the court after that time.
Dustin, did you talk to IT about this, or Lisa, what?
Judge, I don't know how involved our office is mainly. Reagan has visited with the BJA just to make sure that since this is a small rural tribal grant, to confirm that the constable's office would be eligible to apply. And we've received a tentative yes, and they're, kind of pushing it further up the chain. But I know IT had been working with one of the companies, in regard to a constable's budget request. But I don't know grant specific if IT has reviewed it, but they have been working with Walt on his budget request for body cams.
Okay, but I think, one of the things is, as we found out a few years ago, that many times, or every time, we have requirements for data storage that increase, which costs us money too. But so has that been addressed by IT to know what that effect will have on storage?
And Judge, I believe it's cloud-based, but I see Chiquinta unmuting, so maybe somebody from IT can chime in.
Okay.
Yes, hi, good morning. It's Chiquinta. I have some notes from Lisa. Tim has some additional details. We did not have objections with the vendor or the product, but there were some recommendations on the warranty and storage that would add to the cost, and the security agreement recommendations that our analyst Brandon can speak to as well. Tim or Brandon, are you on?
I am on, Chiquinta.
Yes, ma'am.
So, the recommendation was to move from a 2 terabyte storage to an unlimited storage because there was some research done in regards to the number of cameras that would be involved. You had the body cam, and then you had 2 cameras within the vehicles themselves. Given any sort of condition, that could significantly be a lot of space. So we moved forward with going with an unlimited storage through evidence.com, which is cloud-based. It will have no effect on the county storage directly. Additionally, we also move forward with the tech support and warranty for the fleet cameras. That's the 2 cameras inside the vehicles. That did increase the cost marginally from the original quote. So you're looking at a total cost for 60 months of $149,737.01 just for the cameras and equipment and service. On top of that, though, we will also need FirstNet SIM cards through AT&T that provides cellular access in rural areas and low coverage areas for these devices, and that totals about $333 per month for the 9 SIM cards.
For each unit or total?
Total, sir.
Okay.
Judge, one of the grants that we found out about is the governor's office. They're providing a grant that we can apply for that pays for the storage, specifically for cloud storage. So.
But you haven't applied for it yet?
No, we can't until the fall. The grant's not available until fall. I believe December. I said fall, but it's late in the year before the funds are available.
Could he quote that, IT quote that amount again? I think I misunderstood. What was the 300? Can you, is he still on?
Brandon,
you still on?
That would have been Tim that had the figures for that.
I am here. Can you see my screen?
I do now.
Okay. So ultimately what you're looking at is $29,947.40 per per year for 5 years, which totals 149,737.01 for the 60 months. And then on top of that cost, this is just for the cameras, you would have to get the SIM cards through AT&T FirstNet, which is $333 per month for the 9 cards.
Oh, $333 per month.
Yes.
Per month, 333.
So the total cost of this is gonna be what?
1,000 times
Even
5 is
net the
20,000.
grant.
So you're saying somewhere in the neighborhood of 170,000 over the 5-year period?
That is correct.
Okay, I want to get a point of clarification.
Okay.
Constable. Okay, we would submit the grant, and then you would get a determination from the grant, and then we would come back and make the purchase of the cameras?
Well, I
Or
would
do you
think-
have to purchase those cameras prior to being approved for the grant?
I don't know, ma'am.
Okay. And, because I'm listening to the point that Dustin made, that right now, this morning, you're just here asking, can you submit a grant and see if you would receive funding? I'm a proponent of body cameras. I think that's just the best asset you can have out in the field for law enforcement and for the public. You just can't go wrong with body cameras. And so I guess we got to find a pathway to make that possible for you. So in applying for the grant, that doesn't tie you or the county to having to purchase cameras. We're just looking at an avenue of possible future funding? Or how does that work? Because I'm asking for
Well,
clarification.
It is dollar for dollar. So I think applying is not, at this point, it doesn't cost us anything to apply.
Okay.
But I thought you said you had to have the cameras to apply.
No, sir. What I was trying to say is if they come back and say, yes, we will award you a grant, if we don't have cameras and we hadn't spent money, they're not going to give us a grant.
Okay.
That was what I was trying to say.
Gotcha.
It's a dollar for dollar. We have to spend that money to get it.
To get it. But you can apply now.
Oh,
And we can
absolutely.
see
Yes,
if
ma'am.
you'd be eligible.
And that's my understanding is it's a step 2 or 3 of the process.
What we're trying to do is show, they want to see a commitment on our end.
Right.
So it's 1 for 1. So $1, $1. So by us, we've already submitted everything here. The only thing we're looking at is to be able to show them that we are committed and that that's what we would like to do. Once we submit this, I have only 4 more questions to put on there, and that's the budgeting part. Once that's submitted, then what they'll do is they'll take a look at our grant, make sure that we fit within all the criteria that we need, and including, I'm going to talk to them about some more budgeting pertaining to equipment, the setup and all that stuff, and see if that's actually tied into the $2,000 for each camera itself. And that's just a phone call. Once we submit some numbers to them, I make the phone call, then we'll be able to determine exactly how much more, if anything else, we can get. But right now, for sure, we can get up to $2,000 for each camera itself. So this just showing them a commitment that we are dedicated to trying to get this, and we will match the funds. So that's all it is, just a commitment.
I have a question about IT spreadsheet. Okay, because you're buying those cameras at 20,000, right? You're buying those cameras, at that 20,000
Yes, ma'am.
amount, that's purchasing the camera. So what is the 29,000 in years 2 through 5? Because I understand the 29,000 for year 1, are those your cameras that he's quoting, that
Yes,
price
ma'am.
up here?
It's a 5-year program.
You get a new camera every year, or is
We
that?
get a new camera every 2 years, I believe, was the,
Okay, so why do you have to pay that right at 30,000 each year?
well, it's either that or pay lump sum.
Oh, those cameras are not 20, they're 20,000 for,
The total package was 144, he said, I think.
okay,
149.
149,
okay.
thank you.
okay.
It's
but
just
you-
that they're willing to spread it over 5 years, and they
Okay.
provide cameras and warranty and updates. They update our equipment, they update software, That's
Okay.
just, it's a 5-year program.
Okay, is that grant program, can you apply each year to that, or is that a one-time shot?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, grants come and go. and,
Right.
You know, it's just like we found out about these other 2 grants that we can apply for. And so it just comes and goes, and we have to watch for those. And we're pretty diligent to try to, find funds where we can find them.
Okay.
So 10 cameras cost $150,000?
Yes, sir.
And then there's the ongoing, SIM card cost of 370,000 or so a year.
4,000 a year.
You know, the cameras have proven over the years to be 95% of the time exonerate officers of complaints and wrongdoing. If you have cameras, they're running 24, when the car's on, they're running. You have an accident, somebody, you know, it provides protection to the county from lots of potential issues.
Yeah, that's true, because the camera's just gonna see what it sees.
Does SO use cameras?
No.
No, sir.
They don't have
them
cameras?
in
Cars,
They
but
have them in the car.
They have them in the car.
Not on body. And, I mean, that's kind of one of the questions is, you know, they haven't adopted that policy, and so do we. But, Constable Precinct 1 is wanting to adopt that policy. And I don't particularly have a problem with that, I just don't understand what is the debate about whether you have them or not have them, you know. But the other thing, I don't have a problem with applying for this grant, but I think the court wants to understand the full global cost of doing it, just so we know. And so, Francis, I don't know if you can round all that information up. We've got the big numbers, I think.
Yes.
But,
And so I know originally, you know, this request was brought forward, you know, earlier in the summer.
Right.
Those amounts that IT pulled up, those are some higher amounts than we had seen to begin with. But we can definitely try to pull it together, all the pieces, the SIM card, any storage cost for, you know, try to get a good number.
I think IT has done that because the original cost request was considerably less. And then it got bumped up for storage and
Yeah.
the SIM cards and things after IT. And they've been very helpful in looking at this program and trying to make it work.
Are your cars currently equipped with in-car cameras?
No, sir.
Have you ever looked at the cost of in-car cameras?
Just this.
Just the in-car cameras? I'm not talking about body camera, I'm talking about just in-car cameras.
No, sir.
And this is Chiquinta from IT. Tim has some additional information on those cameras. I believe that quantity may have changed to speak to cameras for the body cameras as well as for inside of the cars. Tim, are you still on?
I am. Hang on one second.
So the information he's putting up, this is the equipment that you're asking for?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So if you see here, this is the body cameras right here, this line item. Sorry, that little thing just keeps popping up. Then you also have the fleet cameras, and then the additional camera for inside the vehicle, which is right here. So there's 2 cameras per vehicle, one that faces forward and one that faces into the cab, and then of course the body cams. And your camera, your vehicle cameras are actually more expensive in total than just your body cameras.
Did we put that dollar placeholder in the budget? We did that for them to have ongoing,
Yeah, I was listening, I had to finish this part of the message.
we put that dollar placeholder in there for them to have ongoing discussions with the sheriff's office, didn't we? Because we weren't saying no to the concept of body cameras. We were saying we wanted to get a full understanding of the issue from a county perspective.
Yeah, but that and also be sure we have all taken everything in consideration on cost. I think it's important that this is a good test for us to see what the cost is in case it's expanded going forward. And understand these contracts, you can, just like any program, there's these one-time expenses, and then there's these sticky
Yeah.
expenses that keep popping up each year. Just understand what that is.
And that's what bothers me about grants, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Grants get us stuff initially,
It's prime
but
money,
it
prime-
doesn't necessarily factor in what it's gonna cost you forever.
Right,
Especially if you hire personnel with them.
Yeah.
And then lose the grant.
that's right, and,
Getting that done.
yeah.
And that's always a concern of mine, but, I'd be more inclined, I know it's more expensive, but I'd be more inclined to look at the in-car to line up with what SO is doing. And at some point in time, if everybody wants to go to body cameras, then that's something we need to look at countywide, I think.
That's a thought.
This is Tim again. If I could speak to that real quick. I believe SO is potentially looking at Constable as being a pilot program, because right now Waco PD uses these exact same cameras with the exact same setup. So I think if,
thinking
yeah, I think if this goes forward with the Constable, then SO will be more inclined to probably widespread this across themselves as well.
Is SO owned?
That was the idea I had,
You know,
because he
Is
is a
anybody,
smaller
David, anybody from
department.
SO owned today?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm here.
Okay, hold up.
Hold up.
Pat, go ahead.
Because he is a smaller department. And, he is an elected official, so, he can make a decision.
Like the sheriff.
It's not a bad idea. I was thinking before Tim said it, to have them as a pilot program, work the bugs out through a smaller department before you take it on a larger, to a larger department. Okay, David, what were you gonna say?
I just answer any questions that the court has in regards to body cameras and our implementation, not anything that Precinct 1 is doing in car cameras as well. So any questions y'all have, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Well, it was mentioned that y'all had an interest in this as a pilot program to see how it worked. Is this something that y'all have an interest in going down the road to see how this is implemented and how it would work and initial cost and so forth, David?
So administratively, we have looked at this in the past, and the logistics and cost of it are great, but the benefit to the community is, of course, great as well. The issue that we have run into is it's a cost issue. It's a cost issue, and administratively, it's so hard to justify that amount of money. I mean, y'all see that price for a smaller department to be outfitted with those items, and of course, being the sheriff's office the size that we are, we do not qualify for any type of granting opportunities through any of the federal grants, the BJA stuff. So it's very hard to defer that cost. But I can tell you from applying for grants and dealing with BJA that law enforcement in general, this is not official, but the writing is on the wall for agencies in the future that are going to want to apply for BJA funding. They're probably going to have a prerequisite that's going to say that agency has to have a body camera policy in place and body camera issuance.
Say that again? To going forward.
We've understood that federally this hasn't happened yet, but it's going to be kind of a nationwide deal where if you're going to apply for BJA funding, they're going to require your department to have a body camera issuance policy and body cameras that are issued to the deputies or policemen for the police department.
But that's just speculation. That's not anything.
That is correct.
That would be any grant you applied for, one of the stipulations would be that you had body cameras. That's what you're saying. I know
That is speculative at best, yes, sir.
Okay.
That is the way things seem like they are going, though.
Well, and
aside
if
from
I
that, go
could, if
ahead,
I
go
could add to that, what we're being told is basically the same thing. The movement is going toward requiring departments to do this at some point. And we don't mind being a test program. I didn't look at it that way, but I felt like in the interest of the public and the county and for our liability purposes and all of those things that we needed to start addressing this. And so the cost of it is the 150. And then if we can get some grants, that's great. You know, I think we pursue all avenues we can. If the grant doesn't renew next year, then we'll watch for the next year. And it's,
You usually hear about, you know, body cameras when something happens and it makes the national news. And so the impact of them is kind of put out there like that. And so I would look at a pilot program to see the impact or the benefits of, to get actual data. Right now, we're kind of speculating, kind of thinking, we know some stuff has happened, but to actually get data on the impact of body cameras on officers in McLennan County is what moving forward with this would do. I think that would help all agencies across the county, SO and other constable agents, departments as well. That'd be my thought.
I think what we have to realize is if you depend on grants and you lose grants, the cost is not going to go away.
That is true.
I mean, you're going to have the cost. And
I
so
think-
if we commit, then we have to understand
That's true.
that we're going to have the cost because there's no way you can be
That's
certain of a grant.
yes,
I
sir.
guess
And
I'm looking at it absent a grant. I think the grant is a caveat. I think it's like icing on the cake. I think what you look at is the benefits of body cameras versus public safety, law enforcement safety. And if you can get a grant, that's good. But I was looking through the lens of not necessarily this program is a go because you can get a grant with it.
well, when we put this in our budget, the grant wasn't available to us at that time. And we brought the grant back because it became available and we thought, hey, let's take advantage of it if it's here. I think one of the problems with not having body cameras, Commissioner, is that the car cameras focus.
I
generally.
understand. I understand.
And you get out of the car and you go up to the door or something.
okay now.
Then you've
Sure.
lost all that. And that's
Understand.
why they make it a package now, that it all works in sync together. I think that SO is the only, I know Lorena has cameras, body cameras in cars, Hewitt, Woodway. I believe SO is the only major entity in the county that only has car cameras. And I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. And
Is DPS carrying, I mean, I know that I saw a game warden that had a body camera on the other day. Does DPS?
yes, sir. DPS has car and body cameras. The game wardens have them. Actually, the game wardens only have body cameras.
Yeah, they don't have.
They don't have a car camera, but they have a body camera.
Yeah. Okay.
Has there been any checking of the pricing as far as whether this is competitive pricing?
I couldn't, what was the question?
Well, I guess Mike
Is it-
was asking if we
is it in
shopped the price to be sure we had the best price.
Is this a DIR or GSA contract?
I'm not.
I have no idea.
And, you know, we'd have to look in some of the details, but this will probably be something we book and account for as a lease of some sort.
Right.
The years would show up as lease payments, and then your asset, your capital outlay would be booked in that first year along with lease proceeds to cover it. We'd still be on that payment schedule if that's something you agreed to, but,
I think what Mike was asking is that vendor GSA approved?
oh, I don't know.
Whether it's GSA or through the state, but that seems kind of rich for, I don't know. I haven't done enough of them to know but I would like to see comparisons. before you jump in at 149,000 for.
This is Tim. Again, Axon is actually the industry standard in regards to body cams. There are other solutions out there, but they do not share the same quality. And this was a recommendation from Waco PD, as this is what they use.
They spent a lot of money researching, and that's why we
Yeah.
followed them.
Right.
Didn't feel like there was any use reinventing the wheel there.
No, that's true.
Well, I would say if the court wants to take action, somebody move forward. Otherwise, if you don't, what questions do you need to have answered to bring it back to the next court?
Would there need to be a policy in place, and is that through the constable's office, or is that through the court as far as retention of information, how it can be used, how it's released to the public? You know, is there a policy that has to be in place to go with the use of body cameras, I guess?
Commissioner, we just finished our recertification of best practices with and we have policies that are provided and in place and approved by the Texas Police Chiefs Association.
Right.
Concerning body cameras and their use and their car cameras and usage. So the answer is yes, we have
And
that.
the police association, I assume, has legal expertise and advice that wrote that policy in such a way that it
Yes,
would
sir.
pass the court
Yes, sir.
test. Okay.
So this contract that we would enter into in this, it's a soup to nuts contract. Like, it takes care of all the storage of the video and everything like that. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir, it does. Yes, sir. This is Tim again. Yes, everything from warranty coverage, device replacement, technical service, technical installation, evidence.com storage and retention, deletion, and user account creation is covered in this.
So for 5 years, it's 30 grand a year or something like that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So then the motion could be pending grant approval? Or how would it be worded? Pending grant approval, we approve?
If that's all the information.
All we technically need today would be the approval of the submission of the grant application. And it would not be anything with Axon, the vendor, or anything further. It would just simply be the approval of the submission of the application.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion.
And how much does the
Since
grant
they're
pay?
looking at August 31st submission deadline,
So
if we could give them the clearance to go ahead and submit it, and then we could always allow IT and Mike to continue to look over
Right.
the contract with the equipment.
Okay. Commissioner Jones?
So it's just 20,000 a year is the max amount that it'll pay. Is that correct?
Commissioner, it's only for 20,000 one time. We would have to
One year?
reapply. Yes, sir.
You'd have to reapply every year.
If it's available.
If it's available.
So 20,000 out of 150,000.
For the first, yeah, on the first year.
For the first year.
And so the way I understand it, this grant is not, you can't use these grant funds for the data storage. The funds have to be used to either purchase or lease the body worn cameras themselves. And then any reasonable expenses that go along with it.
So then a second year grant could be directed toward the continued lease of the equipment.
The
Dustin.
29,000.
If the grant is reopened next year.
If it's available.
Yes, if it's available, just
And
from
we're
a quick
assuming
look,
that.
that could be a possibility. But if we're actually purchasing these, it would be the $2,000 per camera would go to the purchase of the camera and then to implementing any type of body worn camera program.
And then I think we'd want to see that policy that you're referring to. Well,
Would be happy to provide
Yeah.
that.
so for this action, we can, if the court feels so moved to do so, to approve the grant application. And then the final approval, we need to know that whenever, if it's in the budget and we approve the budget, then it stays there. If there's information we get between now and the 24th, then we'd have to pull it if we didn't want to leave it in there. So you really just have to the 24th
Till next
to,
week.
to pay for, right, this year, this next week, right?
I'm
Because
sorry, in this
it's
fiscal
budgeted.
year?
Right now, we have it in the budget, right?
No, there's just you just put a
Placeholder.
placeholder in the capital
Placeholder.
outlay budget, yes, sir.
Okay,
And so, that's just to know that, there's needs to be further discussion, you're not ready at this time. But of course, if you don't put it in something, if you don't budget a specific amount for it,
okay,
your start, you can always do a budget amendment.
right. So
to
we're
move
okay.
money into the appropriate place.
Okay, so then we would be all right to go ahead with the approval to make the application. And then, before we actually come out of that line item to pay for it, the court can require or ask for additional information to make that last call. We're not under any pressure
Yes.
at that point.
And Judge, the way I see it, and Francis can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're approving the application today, so the court will have other times in the future. We'll get an award. If it's awarded, we'll get that notice back, which we can accept the grant award then. Then we'll also have an agreement with Axon or whatever vendor we were to choose that the court would have the opportunity to vote on. And then you would actually have to do a budget amendment to move those funds. So the court will have ample opportunity to review this going forward.
Yes.
Okay. And so, just for you, to go forward, if the court approves this, then gather that other information pertaining to the policy, and be sure we have the overall cost, ongoing cost. We didn't leave out anything, so.
Dustin, I'll get that policy up to you. Or I guess that April will scan it and email it to you.
Sounds good, and we'll get it out to the court. Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
I would move to approve the submission of the Bureau of Justice Assistance Small Rural Tribal Body Worn Camera Program.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Pass. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Justin, I know there's a couple of things we need to take care of before we break.
Yes, sir.
Also, Mark McCliney's ready anytime we want to hear from him as well. So-
Okay, Judge, if we could take care of the just.
Okay.
So under consent, suggested pulls are E3A, HR matter for specialty court, and E3B, HR matter for district clerk.
Okay, are there any additional pulls recommended by the court? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of those pulls?
So moved.
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
And then, Judge, we have two other items that we have guessed that we can, if we could jump to those real quick.
Okay.
L1B is authorization of capital improvement project. This is at the Heart of Texas Fair. I'd like to call on Wes.
Thanks, Dustin. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Thank you for taking time to look at this. This is, as we do each year and looking at each fiscal year, we look at capital improvement or capital expenditure items that can benefit the grounds and our customers and those kind of things. And so this one that you have before you is a quote to look at the fencing. I'm going to share my screen right quick. So you have a better understanding of what we're talking about here. Real quickly, let me see if I can get this in. Well, which one do y'all see? Are you seeing my notes or are you seeing the screen?
We see a picture.
Okay, good. Okay, so what you're seeing here is just a few pictures. Y'all know this is in front of the base. This is the fencing that goes along Bosque. And so as we look at this and then we transition over to the part in front of the Coliseum, starting right here at where the old entrance used to be. The old hedges and chain link fence that are there. This is, it just does not look good. It's something that I think takes away and distracts from even the sight line to the Coliseum. And so we began to work on and look at how can we continue that fence all the way down until you get to the old AT&T building, going toward Lake Air. So it would essentially take all of that fence and hedgerow out and put it back into looking and matching this wrought iron fence with the masonry columns, and match that line or direction, if you will, to make all of our entrance on the Lake Air side, on the Bosque side, to look the same. As you are aware, obviously this is part of what is outside of the venue, so it does have to come from our capital expenditures, because the venue expense stops, if you will, right there where it transitions from the last column by our old entrance into the old chain link fence and hedgerow. So the proposal there, the quote that you have there before you, is for $74,532. It is for the removal of existing shrubs and fence along Bosque and replacing that to match the new fence that is in front of the base. Questions?
What about those electrical boxes along the fence there?
They'll still be there, Commissioner Jones, as we need those for RV plugs. That's what those are, along with those large boxes. Those two big transformers are there. If you look at that, in these,
they don't seem to be in too good a repair, it looks like.
Yeah, I think a little bit of paint would help those a bunch, Commissioner. If you're talking about, I think I'm sharing right now, those right there. And then we'll go through, hidden back in here, you see an RV box right there. We'll look at, as we take this down, about how we need to repair and replace those. Given the 74,000, there should be enough left in that budget to be able to update those RV boxes.
Are you going to use that area in there for stage?
We are not, Commissioner. The stage will actually, going forward, will be behind the new fence that connects the base to the Coliseum, in between the buildings. So that will be the new front entrance to the fair when you come out here for the fair. That area in front of the Coliseum, as well as the base, will be used for credentialed parking as well as handicap parking, with our front gate then being there. And the stage will actually move between the base and the general exhibits building in the area behind the base, with kind of direct line of sight from the balcony of the back porch club, if that makes sense. So right there, basically where the Fine Arts building used to be.
Okay.
And then this will, of course, come out of the $100,000 capital improvement funds that we commit to the Architects Fair each year.
Yes,
Correct?
that's correct.
Yes.
So
Yes, and that would be FY22.
Yeah, for
Judge.
22, that's
So,
right.
Yeah, we're just,
Hey, Judge, one comment. I think everyone knows I moan or groan when we spend a penny, but this is something I think that's desperately needed. I drove down Bosque, and I don't think people realized what that hedge
Exactly.
and fence looked like until we built the new front.
Yeah.
And it puts it to shame, and I just think it's a shame not to continue that very, very, very nice look all the way
I agree
across the
completely.
front of Bosque. It would do so much to that area.
Yeah.
It would.
I drive down Bosque at least once or twice a week, and I agree completely.
Is that when you're going to the Jack in the Box?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other
HEB.
questions? Any other questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. All right, Dustin.
Thank you, Court.
Thank you, Wes.
All right, Judge, K2B is discussion and or action regarding the second emergency rental assistance program, ERA2, and administration thereof. Judge, we still have Mike on the line who can discuss a little bit under this, but in the packet, there is a agreement with EOAC to administer the ERA2 program. There's also an agreement with the city of Waco for them to continue or to administer ERA2. As the court remembers, the city of Waco is administering ERA1. They're approaching the $1 million mark on funds that have been dispersed. I know there's been a lot of discussion among the court, and both entities have made presentations to the court. And I will say that in discussions with the city last week, that they were on a call with other entities, and it appears that our program through the city of Waco is one of the highest ones where around 15% of those ERA1 funds have actually been dispersed. There have been issues with other entities getting those funds out. So it does appear that we are a leader in getting those funds out. I know they have not gone as quickly as everybody had hoped, but I do think a large part of that is that some of the restrictions on the programs, then getting information back as well. One thing I do want to say is that the city is well aware that the court is considering EOAC. They did say that if the court chooses EOAC for ERA2, that it's their recommendation that the court choose, or that the court allow EOAC to administer the funds under ERA1 as well, to limit any confusion to the residents. There would be some kind of a wind down or a closeout period because there are some funds due under ERA1 from the city of Waco. So that is a process that could take a while. So with that, Judge or Mike, do y'all want to add anything?
I visited with the city manager, Bradley Ford, about this, and just like you said, he thought it would be less confusing if they were all administered under one entity. And of course, EOAC, that's what they do, is they handle programs for the community. And one of the concerns that we've had is to be able to have excellent outreach out to the boundaries of McLennan County. And so EOAC has a way to remotely or go out with units to those neighborhoods, put information about where they'll be to try to attract any folks that have a need for these programs. So that was kind of one of the strong selling points for EOAC for the court. So, and then the understanding is, like you said, Dustin, is that the transition that we'll work with in the city of Waco will work with us to make that transition, so we don't leave anyone hanging. Any other thoughts?
So if the court approves the administrator of the ERA2 program as being EOAC, you're saying we would move the ERA1 grant over to them?
Right, because it appears that if we can keep these programs together, there's one-stop shopping for these folks, and should make it easier, better to understand. And of course, we would get on our website and we would do all the things we can do to get that information out on where and how to apply.
And Waco's understanding of that?
Very much so.
Okay. Okay.
Any other?
Would they continue the ERA1 under the same draw, administrative expense draw, the 10%?
Right.
10%?
Yeah, as it draws down.
Okay, as it draws down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I guess that's what I'm not understanding. They would still administer the funds under ERA1, City of Waco would?
No, only except for they would handle what's in the pipeline right now, but transfer the balance over to
Okay, all of the
EOAC.
pending applications they would
Right.
close out.
Right.
Okay.
It'd help close it out.
Okay.
Okay.
And Mike, I guess we would need to bring back or supplement this agreement for ERA one as well with EOAC, if that's the way the court goes.
Well, if we just have to deal with this and then do an assignment or something of the ERA one, but really what's before the court today is ERA two. We can take care of ERA one at the next meeting.
Okay.
All right. Okay. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move
Motion to approve.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Will.
Motion to approve the EOAC ERA 2,
1 and 2.
1 and 2?
No, just
No.
two. Just two today. Isn't that what you said, Mike?
Yeah. You can only do two today. That's what we're
Okay,
talking.
thank you.
Okay.
All right.
All right, so I amend my motion to, motion to approve the second emergency rental assistance program and administration thereof through the EOAC.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass.
What we'll do is for the ERA one, we'll get with the city and create a wind down agreement.
Okay.
We'll get with EOAC and, you know, create an agreement that's essentially mirrors what they're signing for ERA two, but is a separate agreement.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Dustin?
Judge, that takes care of all of our guests, I believe, except for Mark. Did you want to take a break first before Mark, or go ahead?
Yeah,
and
we'll
move
have
it?
him come up and set up, and then we'll take, let's recess for 5 minutes. 10:56. Stop recording.
Recording stopped.
Thank you. 11:04. Thank you. All right, next on the agenda, we'll go to M12. This is the discussion of the sale of bond. And so we have Mark McCliney here to talk about that. So Mark?
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. It's good to be here. Approximately 2 months ago, you authorized a notice of intention resolution to issue certificates of obligation in an amount not to exceed $15 million. At that meeting date, it was settled that today would be the day we would receive bids and you all would take this under consideration. We received bids at 10 o'clock this morning. I put at your dais, and then for Commissioner Jones, we had one emailed to him, the results. And before we go into the results, I do want to go over what we had done since you all did the notice of intention resolution. We put together, working with Francis, Dustin, the judge, a preliminary official statement, and your all's financials, and sent it out to the investing world. At the same time, we worked with Moody's to review the bond rating. Moody's came back and gave us the second highest possible rating that we could receive. It was AA1. They came back with, and the only better rating is AAA. Unbelievably strong rating for a county, for any entity that borrows money. This is where we really want to be. They outlined several strengths, and then they gave us one challenge in their report. And the challenge was something that can only be taken care of over time. But what you all have done and what you can handle, you keep doing and exceeding. The strengths, they gave 3 bullet points: stable financial performance with healthy reserves, 2, adherence to prudent fiscal management practices, and then 3, institutional presence that provides stable employment base. That's Baylor University. The one credit challenge they outline is below average wealth indices. Now, we get pulled down a little bit because of the wealth of students at Baylor. They don't have wealth. Nonetheless, the average median income compared to the nation, we're at 81%. Again, pulled down a little bit from what Baylor's students pull down on our average. That being said, it outlined that valuations have increased and those numbers have been going up. That's the only item that restrains our rating from going to the highest that is possible. I think it's unlikely over the near term, but as we keep doing and building businesses, taxable value, higher paying jobs, and so forth, those indices will improve and we can start looking towards that, although I think it'll be very difficult. With the AA1, though, it just brings investors and purchasers out of the woodwork to buy these. We ended up with 7 bids, and again, this is at your dais. FHN Financial out of New York City was the winning bidder, 1.759%. That's a true interest cost. That is the end rate to the investors and what we are paying. So they're paying a premium for our bonds, and so we're going to actually borrow less than $15 million. It'd be about $14 million because they're going to pay $1 million plus premium, so we'll pay back less. The targets that we set with Francis on budget for this fiscal year that we're entering, we had worked on a budget constraint of $531,250, and the first payment will be $529,619. So within $2,000 or so of the first year's payment. Next year, 23 fiscal year, our target was $733, and we'll be at $731,000. Then years 3 through 20, we were targeting $1,085,000, and that's where our benefit of a lower interest rate came in at $900, and we'll be at $935,000. Total repayment from our preliminary numbers, and we ran those at 3%, were $19.7 million. Total repayment on this will be $18.1, which is $1,600,000 less than what we were budgeting. Our final rate again is that 175.9. Our recommendation is to award to FHN Financial.
Okay, any questions? And I would add that besides Baylor students, we have also McLennan Community College students as well as TSTC, which I think if you add those two together, as many as Baylor students. Any questions anyone would have?
Is there any way that to exclude those, or what? I mean,
there's not. One of your neighboring communities, Gatesville, has the prisons and the jails, and we had the same conversation with them about there's obviously not much income there, and those count as residents. And so there's no way to exclude them. Now, they recognize the fact that they're students, and that's actually written in their report, that's what draws them down.
Well, this is an issue that's been out there for a long time, but, I don't know what a AAA rating would have got us on a rate I bet it wouldn't be much different from this one.
It'd be within 2 or 3 basis points of this.
Yeah. So, this is, really good. I'm proud that we, have a good rating and, you know, this body here works hard to make sure we maintain that good rating by having adequate reserves and budgeting, responsibly.
Well, Judge, you bring up 2 good points. One, the budget. You continually perform better than what you budget from the beginning of the year to the ending result, which is one thing that they look at very strongly. The other is the reserve fund, the amount that you have in reserves over the last several years, going back to New Orleans and the big hurricane there, going back to what's happened in Beaumont and Houston area. Having those reserves gives the rating agencies extra security to give that good rating. So it wasn't that many years ago, probably 10 years ago, when the county did not have those type of reserves. And the steps that you all have taken over the years since then have really seen your bond rating increase incrementally up to this AA1.
Okay, great. Any other questions, comments? I would make a motion that we, for the adoption of the order authorizing the issuance of McLennan County, Texas combination tax and limited pledge revenues certificates of obligation, Series 2021. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion?
And that's the FHN, right?
Yes.
Yes. All right, we have no other discussion. Call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Pass. Thank you very
Judge.
much.
I am waiting for the actual executed bid form from FHN. It's going to be emailed to Cody. Once
Okay.
she gets it, I'll just run down here and get it executed, if that's okay.
Yes, fine, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
All right, have a good day.
You'll see me in a few minutes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Dustin?
All right, thank you all for letting us skip around. We'll go back to the top of the agenda and pick up E3, Human Resources. E3A is Specialty Court. I'd like to call on Anna.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
I have an item for specialty courts. They're requesting that they change a title of their position 1566. It's currently titled a clinical manager. They've removed the licensing requirement that they originally had in there. In the job description, they have received approval from the entity governing the grant to the Bureau of Justice Assistance. They have received approval to change the title and to remove licensing. So this request, we just like to place it on court record that this title is changing. It is in line with the pay grade assigned BA, and I believe it is their intent to, at a later time, reduce the salary so that it better reflects the removal of the licensing for the position. I can answer any questions that you may have about that.
Any questions anyone would have?
Just one comment, Anna, and
Yes.
I guess this comment to the court also, but anytime we use a grant and we end up employing, or we use it to add personnel to the county, that's always a little bit of a concern from the standpoint of when the grant goes away, what happens to the position. And I think, I hope that people understand that if we don't continue to fund that position, then that position also could go away. Does that make sense? That it's not a foregone conclusion that that position is going to be there forever if the grant doesn't continue to fund that position.
Yes, sir. That makes sense. And at that point, it'd be, of course, the Commissioner's Court decision to continue the position or do away with the position. But because of that fact you're stating, even though the position is governed by the grant, HR still likes to take the time to review the position to ensure that it fits with our pay structure should, at a later point in time, the court want to take over the budgeting of the position.
Yeah, I just want to, hopefully the departments understand that, and that is explained to them.
Yep, I need to know.
To piggyback on Commissioner Smith, can we get a list of positions that are grant funded right now and what the statuses of the grants are?
Yes. We can get that for you.
Okay. What's the pleasure of the court on this particular request? Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Oppose? Pass. Okay.
E3B is an HR matter for district clerk.
The district clerk's office is submitting a request to the court to change budgeted salaries for 4 of their positions. Well, actually, technically 5. So they want to fund budget increases for 4 of their positions by using the budgeted salary of a file clerk position they would like to do away with or eliminate. These 4 positions they're requesting to increase the salary for, they were presented to Commissioners Court during the budget sessions this summer. And as you may recall, the court decided to not address any of the salary requests that were at or above the compensation minimum range of 0.8. These 4 positions would have been included in that group that was addressed in that way. And so now the district clerk is presenting this request again for the current budget and would like to fund it in a budget neutral way using the elimination of a file clerk position. Again, this would be a budget neutral request, and the compensation ratios associated with both the current budget and the requested budget have been provided for the court members to review to help them in their determination, and I can answer any questions that you may have on that.
Any questions? I know several years ago, we I guess would not consider the practice of using open positions or unfilled position funding that was budgeted to use it to increase salaries. That's a separate issue. The court would make decisions on funding increases based just on the I guess the logic of doing that, whether that was a court decision or not. The other thing is during the budgeting process, early on, the court said that as long as the positions were in the comp ratio of anywhere between 0.8 and 1.0, that there wouldn't be any adjustments by the court. Do y'all recall that? Yes. You understand it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Any other comments?
Well, I would hope that we would stick with our policy of not, that we decided a few years ago, not to fund pay increases through the elimination of positions. And I think if we do it for one, we're going to have to do it for many.
Right. And then in regards to the early on in this budget year, the decision of the court was to not make any adjustments in the comp ratio between 0.80 and 1.0. Is there any difference? Is there any support to change that?
I understand what the district clerk's wanting to do and try to do, but I support what the court has done.
Okay. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
I just had one question.
Oh, yes, please.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm trying to think back, and I remember at one time where the district clerk and the county clerk, because they have similar structures, that their people were pretty much in line with each other, and that included the chief clerks and the lead clerks. How did we get so far apart? I'm trying to figure out, how did those departments stray? Because at one time, they were the same across departments, and the thought was because they didn't want people jumping from the district clerk going to the county clerk and vice versa. So I just don't understand where the salaries strayed.
I think they were actually further apart, but well, when HR identified what we call as outliers, a lot of that was brought closer in, but it's still not exactly where it was. And until those positions.
Did you want to speak? No, I don't want to cut the judge off, though. Wait, Joe.
Yeah, okay, okay, come on. But there, in this year, they were not considered outliers by HR if they were in that 0.80 to 1.0.
No, that's true. That's true.
So,
So as far as the chief deputies that you were asking about, Commissioner Miller, the district clerk chief deputies haven't had a salary adjustment outside of COLAs since the water study. They're the same salary that's just gotten COLAs, whereas the county clerks has had a couple of revisions to their salaries that Commissioners Court implemented. So they have a slightly different structure. They have a chief administrative deputy that's paid quite a bit more, and then even the other chief deputy is paid within the range of what I requested for both of my chief deputies. So I haven't designated one as a chief administrative, so I'd requested a salary range that was in between those two positions. And I could make some good arguments. I don't know that it would help y'all any, but court cases and the matters that we deal with in district clerk's office are quite a bit more complex than what you deal with in the county clerk's office. We have an order of magnitude higher as far as types of cases and the complexity of those cases that we deal with.
Anna, I'm assuming you looked at all of those points that Mr. Gilmore pointing out.
Was that question for me, Judge? I'm sorry.
Yes,
I didn't catch the
I
beginning.
said the points that Mr. Gimble just pointed out, you did look at, or did you look at those factors?
Yes, sir, I did. And I think the complication here is in comparing those positions. Again, I don't know what factors were considered in the previous adjustments for the county clerk's office, but their current budget amounts for those two leadership roles, the chief roles, their comp ratio is at a 1.12 and a 1.19. So they're closer to the top end of the compensation range when the average ratio amongst all employees is a 1. So that they are much higher than most positions, but again, I don't know why they were budgeted at that amount. I don't know history there, unfortunately. So if the court wants parity between those specific positions, between those two departments, it could bring it closer, but then again, you're assigning a higher compensation ratio for the current positions in question.
Any questions?
I guess, I know y'all have got a policy that you've set in place, but somewhere lost in the numbers here is just kind of the base fact that on the lead deputies, they're paid below the average 3 pay grades below where they're rated for the complexity of their work. And they've been doing that complexity of work since we did the reorganization for fiscal year 2018. So for 4 years, they've been doing the work at a complexity of a B9, but they're below the average salary of a B6.
Does HR concur with that?
That's where I got the numbers from, sir.
Okay. Anna,
I'm pulling up the individual ratios for the categories. So it'll just take me a moment.
While you're pulling them up, I guess my question would be, why weren't they reclassified as a B9 if that's what they were doing?
They're rated at a B9. The work that they're doing is at a B9. The pay is not there.
No, I understand, but I'm wondering why they weren't reclassified to a B9 from a B6 if they're doing the work of a B9.
They are classified as a B9. I think what the district clerk is trying to point out is that they're paid lower, much lower than the average for that B9 pay grade that they are assigned to. And so, yes, that is correct, the statement that the district clerk was making related to the pay grade comp ratio. So they are lower in that one category of compensation. They are lower than the 0.8 low range marker for pay grade, for a pay grade average. They're at a 0.76. But their average comp ratio for across all compensation markers is 0.89. But yes, that is accurate. He is lower than those positions are lower than 0.8 for pay grade.
but we've been using all of those factors, right, in each one of these, is that correct? So, I mean, that's where his dilemma is, I understand. I mean, there's, but we've been using, so I guess, how many departments would this affect if we made a change for one office and started getting requests to do them all? I mean,
We had quite a few positions that
How many?
had, I don't know the exact number, but we did have quite a few that had even two categories in which they were lower than a 0.8 4. So
And we use the composite, right?
Yeah.
that's correct.
And we only found, what, one that was out of?
That was one position out of the auditor's office. Yes.
any other questions? What's the pleasure of the court? Then, with no motion, with no action, then that is a decline. Dustin, is that the rules?
Yes, sir, that would be correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, what's next, Dustin?
Thank you.
All right, we'll drop down to item F, budget amendments under F1 regarding the FY21 budget. Francis?
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay, so starting with F1A, and like Dustin said, these are budget amendments for the current fiscal year. F1A, this is a budget amendment for the sheriff's office. They're requesting to move between lines for motor vehicle operating, for fuel usage that's needed between departments. They're also requesting to move an amount in that $704, into capital outlay from their furniture and equipment. That is requested to use to purchase a vehicle. There's another budget amendment that coincides with this that will explain that when that comes up. But those two moves come from within their budget department. F1B, this is general fund, criminal district attorney. They're requesting to move within their department into postage and shipping to cover costs for the remainder of the year. F1C, this is general fund for constable precinct 5. They're requesting to move within their department for additional costs for postage for the remainder of the year. F1D, this is general fund for the Commissioner's Court Department, requesting to move within the department into furniture and equipment to purchase a multifunction shredder. F1E, this is general fund for Constable Precinct 2, requesting to move within their department into supplies for needed costs for the remainder of the year. F1F, this is general fund for Road and Bridge 3, requesting to move within their department into furniture and equipment. F1G, this is in the permanent improvement fund. The maintenance of building department is requesting to move from the contingencies in that fund into a line item for Trading House Lake. And this would cover the cost to purchase and install 11 picnic tables with covers at the lake. F1H, this is a certification of revenue and related budget amendment. The certification is for proceeds from an auction. The proceeds are specifically related to vehicles that were being used by the sheriff's office. And then the remainder of the amount there is proceeds from totaled vehicles. And so those are insurance proceeds that were received for those vehicles. The related budget amendment is moving those amounts into capital outlay so that the sheriff's office can purchase another vehicle to help replace those. And so, rolled into this request, of course, is to purchase an additional vehicle at this time. There is a small amount additional that would be needed, and that was on that F1A budget amendment, the additional $704. So,
I mean, what's the total amount of cars that we're selling? How many?
Oh, so for this one, they are certifying the auction proceeds for, this was 3 vehicles. It was a 2010 Crown Victoria, a 2014 Tahoe, and a 2015 Caprice.
And then they're just gonna buy one?
Correct.
Thank you.
So, okay. So they're taking these proceeds, instead of them coming in the general fund, they're going back to buy another vehicle?
So they still come into the general fund. You'll see them as revenue in the general fund. But when you can certify revenue that we weren't anticipating in the budget, and then once you certify it, then you can increase the budget instead of moving from line item to line item. So the budget amendment is increasing the revenue and it's increasing the expenditure. So certifying that revenue is allowing that line item to be increased without
So-
moving from another line.
Okay. Well, I know it's done in Road and Bridge, where they sell equipment and apply it against the deal instead of budgeting for another piece of equipment. I think that's something that we want to talk about, because we did away with that and then it came back. That's just since I've been here. And it's more transparent to budget for a piece of equipment you think you might need, and not count getting rid of equipment. In other words, our asset base shrinks and it increases over here. So anyhow, I'm okay with this, but I know Commissioner Perry wanted to talk about it. He said we do it in our own precinct. But we need to think about that again, because if commissioners can do it, then why can't everybody else?
And I think that's a legitimate,
Yeah.
legitimate statement, Judge. We need to level the playing field, and if it's supposed to go back into general.
So like the auction proceeds and the insurance proceeds, those were not in our budget, our revenue estimates. So it's been requested to certify those, which means you can increase the budget by that same amount. When you certify the revenue, it's in general fund. You could certify this revenue and you could say, we're gonna do a budget amendment and increase supplies in the auditor's office or something. I mean, they don't have to correlate.
But everything goes back to the general budget, to the general revenue.
That's correct. So you'll just see this
On
revenue.
auction sales.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, or donations
Or
or,
donations or anything.
Yes.
And then,
Because the departments in general fund, they're just departments. It's just a way of us accounting for those specific, little individual budgets within the general fund. Yes, sir.
okay.
no,
I can
I agree, do it all the, yeah. It needs
I can
transparent.
see that, especially since going into the budget year, we give a list of requested equipment.
Right.
And in all intended purposes, those are approved. So if during the year you have a auction, I would see that those proceeds would go back to the general fund contingency. Shouldn't be a reason to cipher those back into a budget and then allow for the purchase of additional capital when you've already purchased your list or you've already submitted your requested list.
Right, and there's gonna be times where you're dealing with the same vendor and there's a trade-in deal, and so we need to take all that in consideration, but that's something we can discuss.
If you're buying a piece of equipment right now, a car or a vehicle or a piece of equipment, and we know that they're back ordered and won't be here before October 1st, then that, we can still do that out of this budget year?
So if something is ordered anytime during the year, if we do not take possession of that by September 30th, by the end of the day, September 30th, and we receive it in the next year, it would have to be rebudgeted in the next year to be
So
expended.
a vehicle is likely gonna have to be rebudgeted next year, isn't it?
I think the intent is that this is a vehicle that they are able to get before the end of the year.
Oh, really?
So,
Wow.
I think that's the
And they want to
information
make
that
sure they're
was-
going to replace
I
it.
think, I think that car manufacturers are, David just said no. So I think the car manufacturers are making a concerted effort to get the police vehicles out there. The first responder vehicles,
Yeah.
emergency vehicles out. I mean, that's their priority right now. That's what I've read.
Well,
Makes
if
sense.
if this car does not come in, then they would have to do a budget amendment in the next year. So it's something to think about too. And we were under the impression that they were going to be receiving it, or
Okay.
possibly receiving it before year end, but if there's
Yeah.
different information out there, then.
Hopefully they will.
Yeah.
Okay.
They may want to make sure that we understand that they do want to replace the vehicle that they lost. You don't want to lose something and then that number just drops off.
Right.
I mean, I think doing it on a case-by-case basis is most important for us because we can come before the commissioner's court on this in the budget amendments, and we have the power of the purse to say yes or no to any of these.
That's true.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
correct. Yes, and any revenue that's not anticipated and you don't decide to certify and increase the budget by the amount, that's just increasing your fund balance. So, when we're always looking at the fund balance walk forward, this is revenue that's not in that estimate. So it's building up fund balance for next year.
Okay. All right.
Anything else?
Do you want approval all the way up to that one?
If you want to,
No,
keep going.
we wanna
yeah,
keep
keep going.
It's up to y'all. Okay.
Keep going.
F1I, General Fund, this is for the 19th District Court. They're requesting an audio video upgrade of their courtroom just due to outdated equipment and audio video systems. This budget amendment is covering, it covers the large bulk of the project, the system. So you'll see that they're budgeted in capital outlay, and then there's some other component pieces that are needed to speak to it and to make things run efficiently. So there's a tablet, a docking station, and then some other monitors and pieces of equipment. So some is budgeted in furniture and equipment and some in capital outlay. He is requesting to move from his court reporter line item, and he has a surplus there due to vacancies in that role. So
Right, and I'm fine with it. I knew that they were wanting to do this. And has IT reviewed all of this to?
yes. So I know IT has been involved in getting the
Yeah,
quotes and dealing with Brazos Media.
They had the equipment, yeah, there's Brazos Media right there.
Right, okay. All right,
This is
Just in the courtroom.
Chiquinta. I just wanted to interject. IT was not involved on the Brazos Media quotes and stuff. We only provided quotes for the laptops or the desktop devices. So we are not fully aware about this project. We only recently came into this information.
okay, my main concern is, software that y'all don't know anything about or haven't reviewed being put on our platform. And so I would say if we want to approve this, it'd be subject to IT's final review of it. But that seemed.
And I'm sorry, I thought I was under the impression that they had been involved.
Well, is there any software involved with this?
Tim, are
I
you
don't know,
calling to
but
speak
that's
to
why
some
I would
of the
have-
requirements for this setup?
I'm sorry, what?
I'm sorry, this is Chiquinta in IT. I was calling on Tim. He's our specialist with a lot of our AV setups. He may have some additional information technology-wise that he can provide.
Okay. Tim?
I don't see any software. I mean,
Tim, are you?
Like a tablet or
I don't think he's
station.
on. So while we're waiting on Tim, Chiquinta, do y'all normally help out with that audio video? I thought that was,
Yes, we do when it comes to the media streaming that's needed, just so we can make sure that we outfit the courtroom according to the specs that they need. Sometimes some of the vendors come in overpriced for what we can find in a more budget neutral area. I think Tim is joining back in and he can provide a little bit more information.
Okay, thank you.
Tim, are you there?
He's dialing back in. Sorry about the delay.
No problem.
Sorry for the delay. He is still tied up on another task and cannot join. We would like to at least review the information that Judge West has for this project, if we can have that opportunity.
Okay? Yeah, we can prove, subject to final review by IT.
So
Okay.
we'll move on to F1J. This is general fund for maintenance of buildings. This is requesting to move from the general fund contingencies into a repair and maintenance line item in the maintenance of buildings department. And this is to replace the chiller at the sheriff's office building. I don't know if TJ's on, if you have any questions, but this was something that was going to be needed, I believe in this following year. But the need arose for it to be done now. So, and TJ's there if you have any questions.
Okay. TJ, you have any comments?
No, Francis is correct. We had hoped that the unit would hold out till fiscal year 2022, but it's just not looking that way. So we've patched and repaired and done just about everything we can to keep the unit up and going to this point. We are fortunate enough, there's one unit available. I'm waiting on a text message right now to let me know if it's been sold or not. If the unit is not available, we're looking at a 14-week lead time. So that's why we were kind of pressing to get this to court as fast as possible.
Okay.
But as of right now, I don't have any information on it. I'm waiting on that to come back.
All right. Any questions for TJ? All right, thank you.
An F1K general fund for the 170th District Court. The request is to move within their department into other services and charges for postage for the remainder of the year. F1L, this is general fund for Road and Bridge Precinct 2. Requesting to move within their department to increase repair and maintenance for the remainder of the year. And F1M, this is general fund for Road and Bridge Precinct 1. Requesting to move within their department to increase other services and charges, road construction, and a motor vehicle operating.
Okay, thank you.
So with the
Any questions about any of those? If not, is there a
quick
motion?
question on the chiller for the sheriff's office. If that's a 14-month lead time, then that'll have to go on next
14-week.
14-week. That'll have to go on next next year's budget, correct?
That's correct. So when we obtained the quote last week from Johnson Controls, there was one unit available in stock in the entire country. I'm waiting on confirmation from him this morning, whether it's still sitting there on the yard or not. If it's not, then it will be 14 weeks and it'll push into 2022.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, is there a motion to approve F1A through F1M?
And if you want to make an exception for F1I for the 19th, if you need,
With an exception on F1I to have
We'll come back to
review of from IT.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you. Next.
Right under F2A, Francis, do you have anything else for the FY22 budget, or do you want to come back to this?
we can come back to it,
Okay.
so we can take our time on it.
Moving on to F2C, tax assessor, collector, recording of estimated special inventory tax funds budget for FY22. Francis?
Yes, so this is the recording of the special inventory tax fund budget for the tax office for fiscal year 22.
Any questions?
Move to approve.
Second.
Have the motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Under item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs, G1 is authorization of quote with SecureTech Systems Incorporated for duress alarm buttons for Wave Plus critical incident notification system in the tax office. Judge, I know the court was awaiting some additional information, so I don't know if we need to go back into executive session this afternoon before we act on this or not.
Okay, well, we'll hold it, let's hold this to the end of the meeting and then we'll see if we need to go into executive session on it.
Okay. G2, authorization of renewal of bid 18-023, transportation of deceased for chemical analysis with Empath Waste Services LLC, formerly Waco Mortuary Service. Ken?
Yes, sir. Of course, we did this bid again back in 18. The initial term of the contract, well, excuse me, it's been 19 budget year, October 1, 2018, ending September 30th of 2019. The contract included an option to renew annually if prices remain the same or if there was a decrease in pricing at the discretion of the Commissioner's Court. The contract was amended in 2020 to add $75 fee to be paid each time McLennan County requested a Waco mortuary to perform a COVID testing on a deceased. We consulted with the justices of the peace and received responses back from them that they were pleased with the service provided by Empathway and would like to renew this bid for another year. We contacted Larry Merrington with Empathway and he was sent a letter requesting renewal of this contract for another year at the current pricing. We bring to court the option to renew this contract October 1, 2021 through September 30th, 2022 with no increase in pricing. We respectfully submit this request for your consideration.
Okay, any questions for Ken?
So this is not a per transportation, this is just a flat rate?
No, sir. The testing for the deal, the COVID testing is, it is a flat rate for transporting a body.
Right.
Yeah.
So no matter if they transport 1 or 100, we pay this amount?
It's per body.
It's per body?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, just like the COVID testing, it's per
individual.
Per individual. Same with the body bags.
Okay.
So this is an estimation about what we'll use.
Okay, this is just an estimate, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for Ken? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Pass.
G3 is authorization of air and service environmental testing proposal with Active Pure Enterprises for McLennan County Jail. I know Major Armstrong was on earlier. I don't see him on now, but I do know a little bit about this. This is a proposal from Active Pure Enterprises. It would do an air and surface environmental testing study in the intake area of the jail. There is no cost to us at this time. We will be able to review those results. And if it's something we want to move forward with, we would bring back an additional agreement with this company.
And then, Dustin, you and Mike have both come up with an agreement to be sure we didn't have any undue risk or liability allowing this test to happen,
Yes, sir.
be performed. Okay. All right. Any questions anyone would have? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Under item H, contracts, interlocal agreements, H1s regarding the subscriber agreement with TransUnion Risk and Alternative Data Solutions Incorporated, authorization of pricing supplement and pricing sheet for data collection services for JP Court Collections. This is just simply a renewal of our agreement with TransUnion, which extends the agreement for an additional year at the current pricing of $125 a month.
Okay, any questions?
Dustin, do we use it?
We do use it, yes, sir. I visited with Donna Kirkland, who is our resource connection clerk and performing those functions of the JP Court Collections, and she has been happy with it. It's allowed her to access updated addresses for people that she's seeking to send the collection notices to. So it has been beneficial.
Okay.
And she's the one that actually employed this service, which has been very beneficial. She has a very good understanding of how to use it, so. All right, is there a motion to approve? I'll make a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H2 is authorization of professional services agreement and related geotechnical pavement investigation proposal with Langerman Foster Engineering Company for County Line Road South Low Water Crossing. Zane?
Yes, sir. This is for geotechnical testing on a low water crossing at Precinct 3. It's been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
Okay, any
Motion
questions?
approved.
Have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Pass.
H3, authorization for renewal of Medicare Advantage with Prescription Drug Benefits Group Agreement with United Healthcare Insurance Company, including approval of premium rates for 2022 benefit plan year. Anna?
This request is a request for the renewal of the current agreement that we have with United Healthcare for our Medicare supplement plan for the 2022 calendar year. This is just a benefit that is for our retirees that are 65 and older. There have not been any changes to the agreement other than the rate has decreased. The monthly rate per member has decreased for the following year. And so I request that we continue the renewal. The agreement has been reviewed by Hub, our health consultant.
Okay, any questions? Is there a motion to approve the agreement with United Healthcare Insurance Company and premium rates for 2022 benefit plan year?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
H4, authorization of agreement with Waco Transit System Incorporated regarding advertising for human resources. Anna?
We are still experiencing a lull in our applications received for employment here at the county. And so in a continued effort to attract applicants, we are requesting the ability to enter an agreement with Waco Transit System to advertise on the exterior of their bus using a banner, and the total cost for a 2-month stint on the exterior of the bus is $750.
And what would it say?
So this is going to be targeted for applicants for all of our major positions that we currently have posted. So it's juvenile positions, jailer positions, and medical staff positions, and IT positions.
And
You're not
what
gonna put
would it
all
say?
that on the bus, are you?
Yeah.
It's a very small bulleted list of only job titles in our job application page.
Okay. Okay.
Is this
Worth
one,
a try.
one bus? Anna, just one bus?
Yes, it is one bus ad on the exterior of the bus, and from what they've explained, the buses aren't assigned or dedicated to one route, so it would see multiple routes
Good,
throughout the
good,
city.
good, okay. That makes total sense.
Did they give us a, like, tell us where it goes?
We have the list of the routes that it goes, and I can email that to you if you'd like, Commissioner.
Great.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the agreement with Waco Transit System Incorporated?
So moved.
Second?
Second?
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Item I, capital improvement and construction projects. I-1s regarding ADA renovations to MHMR Crisis Center, bid 21-003, agreement with HCS Incorporated, authorization of payment application number 3.
Yes, sir. They've submitted this application for $28,777.88. It was been reviewed by TJ and by Daryl Vickers, and should be good to go.
Okay, any questions?
I would have a question just for my own benefit. Ken, what's the estimated completion date?
You know, Commissioner, we're still kind of up.
TJ, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. We're still waiting on the material to come in for the roof replacement, which is part of this project, and we haven't received an update on that yet. As far as the ADA accommodations are concerned, we're probably still about 30 days from completion, but the roof is still kind of unknown.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. Call for, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
I-2s regarding Spiegelville Road Improvement Project, bid 20-004, agreement with Knife River Corporation South. I-2A is authorization of application for payment number 17. I-2B is authorization of application for payment number 18. Zane?
Yes, sir. These two invoices have been reviewed and are recommended for approval.
Okay, any questions for Zane? If not, is there a motion to approve 12A and 12B?
That's payment 17 and 18, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second.
Second.
Any other discussion? No other discussion?
I-2, it's I-2, right?
Yeah.
I-2A and I-2B.
A and B, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Right under item K, grants, K1s regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, nothing under that specific K1. Dropping down to K2 regarding U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program. K2A is authorization of reimbursement requests and reports from the city of Waco. You see the reports in your packet from the weeks ending July 30th and August the 5th. And we just need a motion to accept those for recording.
Okay, any questions about those? If not, is there a motion to approve those reports for recording purposes?
So moved.
Second?
Second?
All right, we have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Moving down to item L, Department Office Specific Requests. L1, Heart of Texas Fair, Extraco Event Center. L1A is authorization of payment for storm-related storm damage related proposal. Back in July, we approved a proposal with Action Fire Pros totaling $3,075 for replacement of pipe. While that work was being completed, there was an additional $410 worth of work done that day. We just need approval of that additional work.
Okay, any questions? Don, is there a motion to approve the proposal?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Have a motion and second. No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Oppose? Pass.
Moving down to item M, M1A, authorizations regarding COVID-19 testing or COVID testing for employees and related matters. Anna?
Yes, this item, I'm presenting to the court, I'm requesting the ability to conduct COVID rapid testing for employees of the county with the assistance of jail medical staff. They have offered to assist us twice a week, a few hours for the 2 days of the week to just have COVID testing easily and readily accessible to our staff here downtown, outside of the sheriff's office. Throughout the pandemic, we have seen that as a need, and we expect that need to continue. I know the health district is planning, as Elizabeth mentioned earlier in the court session, there are plans to get the community testing back up and running. But as far as I'm aware, it would not be this rapid 15-minute test, and HR feels like that would be more helpful for our staff so that negative tests lead to quicker reentry into the workforce and getting folks back to work quicker. The testing, of course, is always going to be optional and encouraged when there is a exposure to a known positive employee or an employee is symptomatic. When we're going to be doing the screening here, we ask employees to give us a call first, and we'll ask them a series of questions just to ensure that the timeline of their testing is in line with the CDC guidance. And we're just hoping that this is another access point for employees to receive COVID testing and keep our workforce safe. I can answer any questions if you'd like.
Any questions anyone have?
So this is done outside the normal workday? If they're being paid overtime for the work, so it's outside of 8 to 5 then?
So we are coordinating the testing with the jail's medical staff to occur between, this is tentative, of course, 7:30 to 10:30 in the morning. And because it's a 15-minute test, it can be used as a break time. That's really just going to be dependent on each elected official and department head, how they want to classify that time.
So what are we paying overtime for?
That's for the nursing staff. In other words, they'll after they finish their shift, if I understand it right, Anna, they will
Yes.
come and do that, and we'll
That's-
pay them the overtime.
That's what I was trying to figure out. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, so they only have the availability outside of their normal work shift. So the jail medical staff, they would have a sign-up list that the director of nursing is going to assist us with on a monthly basis. They'll have a sign-up sheet, and the jail nurses would sign up voluntarily to fill these testing slots, and they would be offered overtime for that.
Okay. Thank you.
And then if we
Sorry, I
offer,
misunderstood your question.
That's fine. That's not a problem.
and then if we offer vaccinations, would they do that, or would that be the public health district?
Can you repeat your question, Judge?
I said so if we offer free vaccinations for employees, would they could do those, or do we go to the public health district for that?
That was coordinated, the clinic we just had was coordinated through the health district, and they have offered to continue to help coordinate that and be on site for vaccine clinics. And we have a tentative date for September 2nd for the next vaccine clinic for employees. And so I'll be sending communications about that pretty soon.
Okay.
I don't
Thank
have any questions, just a comment. I'd like to just commend Anna and her staff for stepping up and filling that void, especially on behalf of McLennan County employees. I was a little unnerved with the article in the paper that said there was no place where individuals could go to get free COVID testing in light of the fact that our cases started climbing up. And so I just thank you for putting this in place for our people. And I just think it's a win-win, because we do have the equipment. I think Elizabeth over at Emergency Management is a godsend, and I think that medical staffing at the jail is also an asset to the county.
Agreed.
And so thank you for coordinating this.
Very much, yeah.
Hey, Anna, clarification. If, and this is only theoretical, if an employee is in a household that someone tests positive and they're not self-quarantined in a room all by themselves, and this person is around them, then this person has to wait until they're no longer infected with the COVID, and then wait 10 days after that. So theoretically, an employee could be out 20-plus days, whereas if they just had the COVID, they'd only be out 10 days. Is that right?
Yes, sir. The order in which you're explaining the quarantine for an employee who'd have a household member be positive, that's correct. If we would advise, I'll just speak in quarantine terms just because the days have changed under CDC guidance, but the quarantine, we would ask first the quarantine of the positive household member to end before we start the actual quarantine of the employee in question. And so, yes, you are talking
But that employee.
possibly over 20 days of
Yeah,
quarantine.
because the employee's out also the time that the household member is quarantined, and then they're out another 10 days after that. So they could be out 20-plus days.
That is correct, sir. That's correct, because the employee's quarantine should not begin.
Whereas if they had COVID, they'd only miss 10 days and then be back. So
Yes, sir.
double the time for not having it. Okay. That
Well-
makes good sense.
That's why I have a follow-up question. So the CDC guidelines, which speak to like vaccinated and symptomatic, help me understand where those fit in with the quarantine stipulations. I thought that we only quarantine if they show symptoms, or now are they just going home if they've had exposure?
So that's a good question. So we do follow the CDC guidance, and it states that a vaccinated person that is asymptomatic doesn't have to quarantine after a COVID exposure. So those folks could reenter the workforce. But if a vaccinated person does begin to exhibit symptoms, they should quarantine. They should begin to quarantine. And then even for folks who are unvaccinated, if they've had a COVID exposure, the guidance would be to quarantine. However, the CDC does outline safeguards if critical infrastructure staff needs to continue to work, how to best do that after a COVID exposure.
And at this time, there is no COVID leave, so employees are taking their sick and or vacation?
That's correct, ma'am. That is correct, unless there are a few instances, and it's not been a large number. There are a few instances where if we can pinpoint a possible workplace exposure, at that point, they may have assistance by way of workers' compensation. But for the majority of folks, it's not been workplace exposure, fortunately, and so it would be on their own accruals.
Okay, any other questions or comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the COVID testing for employees and related matters.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
M2, discussion regarding healthcare plan audit and related engagement agreement with Mestier 42 LLC. We recommend this be deferred again.
All right.
Motion to defer.
So move.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
M3, discussion and or action regarding proposed pending state federal legislation. Just kind of the one thing just to keep on the court's radar is that as of September 1st, all provisions of the Open Meetings Act will be back into effect, and those suspensions have been lifted unless something changes in the meantime. If it's okay with the court, we will continue to be posted with a Zoom participation option as long as a quorum of the court is meeting in one physical location. We can continue to offer Zoom for guests, for county employees, and then also if there is a commissioner not on site, as long as there are 3 present in the courtroom. So if it's okay, we'll start posting the agendas post September 1st with allowing that as an option.
Okay.
Moving on to M4, authorization of appointment to the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee. Back in January, the court approved the appointment of Jessica Rodriguez to the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee to replace Regina Harris. Another replacement was needed for Jim Newcomb. HotCog is recommending the appointment of Ryan Howard. He's a sergeant with DPS who is stationed in McLennan County. He is also their public information and safety education officer for the Waco office.
Okay, I think he'd be a good addition. Is there a motion to approve these appointments? Thank you.
Second.
A motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M6 is authorization of order to approve online education for county commissioners. This is something that was added this year, which states in the local government code, the instruction may be completed online with the approval of the commissioner's court, except that the county commissioners must complete the instruction in person in their first 12-month period of the commissioner's first term. So if we wish to authorize online continuing education for commissioners, we just must adopt the order that's in the packet to allow it.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
So move.
Second.
I have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M8, approval of order extending state of disaster and public health emergency declaration due to COVID-19 through September 30th, 2021. This would keep us aligned with the city of Waco. And as we've discussed before, it's important to keep this in place to help with federal funding and other matters as well.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the order?
So move. Second.
I have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M9, authorization of intergovernmental transfers of funds derived from the County Healthcare Provider Participation Fund mandatory payments. Heather?
Yes, this is for the IGT request for the uncompensated care demonstration year 10. And we're asking to IGT the balance of the LPPF at this time, which is $14,847,975.59.
All right, any questions for Heather? If not, is there a motion to approve that transfer?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
M10, approval of order setting sheriffs and constables fees for 2022 under local government code section 118.131. This is our annual review of these fees. There are no requested increases for FY 2022. And just as a reminder to the court, these are reviewed annually, and we often bring in Shad Robinson from Haley and Olson, who's kind of a sheriff and constable expert and has worked with other counties to review our fees. And these are reasonable fees based on our review, and there are no increases recommended for this year.
All right, any questions anyone have on that? Is there a motion to approve the order setting sheriff's and constables fees for 2022?
So moved.
All right, we have a
Second.
motion, we have a second. Any discussion? If not, is there a motion to approve? Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Yeah, move to approve.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, pass. Thank you.
M11, authorization of amendments to the McLennan County Employee Policy Guide, Chapters 9.0 Leave Benefits. M11A is regarding the addition of Section 9.12 Paid Quarantine Leave, and M11B regarding the addition of Section 9.13 Mental Health Leave. Anna?
Thank you, Dustin. So this summer, the Texas legislature has passed two new government codes specifying a requirement for local entities to provide paid quarantine leave for peace officers, detention officers, and emergency medical technicians. The quarantine leave needs to be issued by a health authority. The quarantine can also be issued by a supervisor or the department. And it states that if somebody has a quarantine related to a workplace exposure, or they became exposed to a communicable disease while on duty, that they will receive quarantine leave, and that we will not be using any of their own balances during this quarantine if it was a workplace exposure. And so the government code outlines that we must have a policy in place for this quarantine leave. So this policy I'm presenting to you is to satisfy this new code. And again, this is applicable to our peace officers, emergency medical technician, which would be our nursing staff, and detention officers employed by the county. And it's for them to use for exposures to a communicable disease, COVID-19 included, while on duty. And I can, I'm requesting that this policy retroactively take effect June 15 of this year, because that is when the bill was passed, or yes, when the House bill was passed. And I can take any questions about this policy if you'd like, and if there are no questions, I can move on to the next policy.
Any questions?
No.
All right, go ahead.
So the next policy we've presented in order to satisfy in that second government code that was passed. The government code takes effect September 1st of this year, and this is mental health leave. And this policy would apply to peace officers employed by the county. And it's just offering leave for peace officers that have experienced a traumatic event while on duty. And we have a list of the examples of the traumatic events outlined. And then this leave can be approved by the department, elected official, or designee, with assistance from the HR department. And again, the government code outlines that the government entity should have a policy in place, and this is the policy that we feel satisfies the government code. Both of these policies have been reviewed by Haley and Olson, and they also feel that it satisfies both government codes. And so we are requesting approval and addition of these new policies into our leave chapter of the employee policy guide.
Okay, any questions on those?
Couple of questions on the mental health part, Anna.
Yes, sir.
First of all, where it says an officer directly involved in a traumatic event, that's while on duty, right? I mean, you could be an officer and be involved in a traumatic event and it be off duty. it's not articulated here, but shouldn't that be understood or included?
That is correct, sir. And under the section purpose of the policy, it does outline peace officers who experience a traumatic event in the scope of that employment.
In the scope of their employment, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. And then the last thing, the approval is either by 1 or 2 and 3. 2 and 3 go together, and it's either, in other words, leave is approved either by the elected official. If that doesn't come to fruition, then it would be ordered by a mental health official, and the leave is taken as a result of a traumatic. Those two go together. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve both M11A and M11B.
Second?
All right, have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item N, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project, N1 is authorization of professional service invoice with CPNY for the ADA study and report for the month of July. You'll see an invoice there totaling $3,286.25 for their July services.
Any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve the invoice for CPNY?
So moved.
Is there a second? I'll second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Pass.
Judge, we have nothing under items O and P this week. That leaves us with the one action item back under G1, that quote with SecureTech. And then I don't know if Francis needed to go back under the FY22 budget. I know she had an appointment to get to, so I've sent her a message. I don't know how you want to handle G1. That's the one that there's a potential we might have to go back into a security executive session on.
Okay, ask the court this. Is there any other questions you have about this request that may be sensitive in nature regarding security? Or are you good with making a decision based on information you heard previously?
What's the funding source for this?
Let's see.
I'm looking to see if I can find that.
Here comes Haley
No, thanks. My computer died.
to the rescue.
I'm sure it's in their budget. I would think it'd be in their budget, right?
I'm not sure if they were intending for it to come from a different funding source, but if it were to come from general fund, it would be a capital outlay item. But I don't know the intention of the request.
Well, so if we approve this, then they would need to come back and do a transfer to cover it in their budget, either
Yes,
out of
sir.
their own budget or request for capital outlay.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If this is capital outlay and it can't be completed during this fiscal year, will it carry, what happens?
We would have to do a budget amendment on 10-1 in the capital outlay to accommodate that cost.
Which in the scheme of things, it wouldn't affect the budget that much.
No.
Any questions that we can answer, or what's the pleasure of the court? I know there's cost to it, but there's also, we've done it in other areas. I would make a motion that we approve it.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Judge Felton,
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Pass. All right. Dustin.
And Judge, I did hear back from Francis, and we do need to come back after lunch to cover some budget items, if that's okay.
Okay. All right, it is 12:26 right now. Let's come back at, is 1:30 all right? Is everyone at work? Okay, we will recess until 1:30.
Recording stopped.
And my parents don't, they live in.
Recording in
Wayne County, so
progress.
They don't even live out there anymore.
Okay, it's called court order. It's 1:34. So, Judge, how are you doing today?
Just fine, Your Honor.
And did you want to have something to discuss with us?
Well, we're proposing moving money from the court reporter number 2 slot that I have that has not been employed all this time to go ahead and move it to a different line item to handle the conversion from AV, basically analog type system, to a fully digital system. Part of the problem that I have is the only speaker that people can hear from in the courtroom other than when I'm speaking is through my monitor, because it has the camera and the mic, and it's basically too advanced for the whole system to put it into the speaker system so everyone can hear. And so this is a good time. Trey from Brazos Media has given us proposals, which I've submitted to Ms. Bartlett, and he's ready to order it upon approval by the Commissioners Court of the transfer of the money and the purchase order.
Okay. And we discussed that this morning.
Yes, sir.
Under, which item was that?
I'm sorry, it was F1I.
F1I.
And if obviously efficiency saves money in the long run, and dealing with what we've had to deal with, I've handled over 6,000 cases since I took office and started holding court January 4th at 8:30 a.m. And we want to up the number, and the new digital stuff would allow that.
Okay. And I did talk to IT that reviewed all that, and they're good with it, and so we approved it subject to that, and I think you expressed that you looked at everything, and there's not a lot of software dealing with this stuff anyway, so, okay.
No, they tried to propose a camera that would turn and look at the person talking, which is a major upgrade of different stuff, and we canceled that. We don't need that. We
Okay.
just need to be able to communicate and everyone here so that due process is met.
Yeah, okay. Think we're good, Francis, aren't we?
Yes, I think we do need, I think we held that one out when you made your motion earlier. Did we? Okay, I'm sorry.
I think we approved
Contingent
it.
on-
We approved it subject.
So it's done.
Okay,
So
perfect.
at the break, we talked and
Okay.
everything's cool.
Okay.
So
All
we're
right.
good.
All right, thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Good
you,
luck. Keep
Commissioners.
keep it rolling.
Going back up, crank it back up.
All right, take care. Okay, Dustin?
Judge, I think we've hit all the other action items. So Francis, were there other budget items to cover?
Yes. So we just wanted to come back, look at where we left off last time, so that we can be as prepared as we can be to go into next Tuesday, to adopt the budget and the tax rate. So that'll make things easy that day. This right here, and this is on the budget workshop drive as well, but this is showing that 42-cent tax rate. Again, that's where we left the conversation last time. We have made some changes to the proposed budget, and we've passed out a list. It's also on the budget workshop drive. That's a list of changes to the proposed so far. So I know sometimes when you look at the document, it's really difficult to tell what's been changed and what hasn't. So of course, everything in the proposed, we had talked through, you had given us an idea of how you felt, and then these are the things since. There's a few of these I just want to touch on because we haven't talked about them with you yet. Most of them we have. There is some related to our office. So we had our district judge hearing last Friday for our office, as well as the district court reporters. We did ask for a new position this year. We've lowered the number of positions in our office over the last 10 years by 3. And it was just due to making things more efficient, use technology to our advantage. But over time, things have just gotten a little more complex as the county's growing. You know, we see that growth in invoices and employees and departments. in grants, the number and amount of grants. So this position is going to help us accommodate those things. And so that is, of course, similar to other positions within our office. There's a COLA for the county auditor's salary. In the proposed, I didn't have anything added to my salary, just because I wanted them to make that
We
determination.
appreciate the donation.
Yes, so that's there. The sheriff's office, there is, I know we were discussing this earlier today. There's a position that has been covered by the human trafficking grant. That grant has been renewed recently, but it's only covering 75% of the cost. So originally in the proposed, we had it covering 100% again, but we need to move 25% of it to the general fund if you are, of course. Oh, you had, okay, you approved that last. Okay. So just want to make sure you knew we changed, that's altered from the proposed. We had an adjustment in the sheriff's office. There was some funds needed for a new position that you approved. We had it in the professional development line and they needed it in furniture and equipment. So just moving between those lines. Other changes, the appraisal district we talked about earlier today. There were two lines for contract personnel in Gel Medical and Jack Harwell Medical, and these are related to our MHMR contracts. We have those contract amounts, and we can lower those two line items by those amounts so that the budget accurately reflects what is in those agreements. And then there's two minor changes there to the auditor's office line items, furniture and equipment and other services and charges. We went ahead and went through all the other funds to the changes. Most of these were related to retirement and special revenue funds. So if there's a special revenue fund that houses a salary, because of the additional amounts that were put in for TCDRS, it amended those amounts, so we went ahead and cleaned those up. And then there was the treasurer's office modifications in permanent improvement. We needed to update that fund to reflect that as well. The last page, this is back to our office. HR had presented me with a tiered structure for the titles in our office before all of the assistant county auditors had the same title. So this kind of differentiates between 3 tiers. And then they adjusted some pay grades so that they were all, that they reflected what those positions are actually doing. No monetary changes at all. It just helps outline what each of those positions is doing. So I just wanted to highlight those changes for you. So then that brings us back to our main summary again. Looking at that 42-cent tax rate, that brings us down to looking at our fund balance goal, 34.9%.
And then, we originally approved, or I think there was a consensus to approve the economic development contribution to WebMec. Did you want to talk about that now?
Yes, that'd be great.
And so our intent was to match the city, and the city had said that they wanted to do what we've been doing every year is to go up by $250,000. It would take us to $3 million for the city and $3 million for the county. After discussing what's in front of us, the opportunities in front of us with Chris Collins, both the city has are in discussions right now, but they feel like they've got support to increase that to up by $500,000 each, which would take it to $3,250,000 each, which would give $6,500,000. I talked to Chris Collins about it, and I said, is that adequate to cover the projects that we're working on right now, plus some that may come in fairly soon. And she thought that that would be good, because some of these projects, if they come in, because you don't pay the money right up front, it could be by next budget year, we could right size those in. So she would support the $3,250,000 for each entity. And so if we step that up, instead of 250,000 increase, it'd be 500,000. So any thoughts on that?
So we were already at 3, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So it'd be 250,000 more
More from what our consensus
from
was.
our side.
Yeah.
And, okay.
And that's only subject to approval by the
City
city
council.
councils.
Yeah.
If they do it also too.
Dollar for dollar match.
Right, yeah.
And do you foresee that rolling into next year, or would we increase another 250,000 next year? What's
Well,
what do you see?
the plan was, and of course, it's subject to each year's budget, but that we would increase it 250,000 a year.
Do we have a
But
goal?
we always make that call every year.
Do we have an end goal at some point?
Well, Amarella, I can't exactly quote what they put in theirs every year, but it's 7 or 8 million. We're behind the cities that we compete with. We're the lowest contributor to economic development. So it was a suggestion, don't try to do it all at one year. Just keep adding up and a lot of it's gonna be driven by the amount of projects that we get. So, but we make that decision independently every year. We may have a plan that we add 250,000 a year, but there may be a year that we need to add more, or there might be a year that we consider, less. But I'd hope that we'd keep moving it up so we're competitive with Tyler, Amarillo, Corpus, Tulsa. Tulsa's a big competitor.
It's Oklahoma though, so.
That's true. New car on a dirt road.
There's a big difference between 4 million and 30 million.
Yeah. That's true.
So then, we'll go ahead and add in that 3,250,000 there.
If anyone has a problem with it, we'll speak up, we'll talk about it.
I think if we're gonna stay partners with Waco, I don't believe we've got a choice. And I don't have a problem with it.
Good.
It's working well.
Yeah.
It just keeps working.
Yep. We have a real opportunity this year and next year.
So then there's 42-cent tax rate, updating that amount for economic development. So then that, you can see there where that leaves us at 45.2 million as our ending fund balance, which is 34.7% of our operating expenditures. So we can, go ahead.
One other.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
want to clarify something. Waco Family Medicine made a presentation, and we approved participating in that. I think Commissioner Miller made the motion. Was that put in the budget?
No, so that was just, discussed as using ARP funds for that. So we don't have that, not in the county's budget.
Okay. So, from what little I know about RPA money, it does appear that would qualify. But what if it didn't? Would we want that in our budget?
And that's,
same way
I
with the
think we're
crisis center.
years away from knowing qualifications, non-qualifications. I think we had a good, discussion. I mean, Francis, you seemed to give a green light during our discussions about it and the
Crisis Center.
I mean, to me, when you read the guidelines, it seems like those are appropriate fits for the grant. You know, grants are sometimes unpredictable in that something could be, you could read it and you can interpret it one way, and then you send everything off, and then they come back and like, no, that's not how we interpret it. But I would think that would be appropriate uses of, those would both be appropriate uses of that funding. Of course, you know, since we have approved now our agreement with BKD, we could get them to weigh in on that.
That'd be the first one we'd talk to them about it.
And
Maybe.
that may be something we want to throw at them like immediately. And then, you know, just make us feel better that they are on board as well. That they don't see any holdups there.
I would hope that it would fall under an eligible project, but I must have missed something, because I thought we said if it did, we would use those funds, but I was not aware that we did not put it in the budget.
Yeah, any of
Put it
those.
in the budget. I thought it was supposed to go into the budget, and if we could use the ARP money, we would.
Yeah, no, it may have just been a miscommunication. But there was a list of things that day that we had kind of determined ARP or county budget or, you know, combination of both. And so, you know, there was that, the family family medicine.
Waco Family Medicine.
Waco Family Medicine, the MHMR facility
Crisis
contribution.
No.
There was some other
We don't know their
things too.
timeline, so is it necessary to put that full $2+ million in this year's budget, not knowing their timeline, when they would need us to obligate that money to
Well, I
them?
think they need it right now, because
Oh, they
they've
do?
they've
Okay.
got both, in fact, both of those projects
Okay,
have private money that's waiting to see what the county and the city are gonna do. And, you know, I've expressed to them that I know, to us, it appeared it would, qualify under the ARPA meeting. And, that, you know, the court wanted to do it, through that mechanism. But, I mean, it just seems like it would qualify. I mean, it's medical, it's, community health, mental health on the other one is a big, well, mental health on both of them, actually.
Well, you know, I know it's just a week away, but our meeting for next week when we adopt, if we can get maybe some guidance from BKD before
Yeah,
then.
we will.
And if we're unclear or if there's some hesitation there, I mean, we can add it in before you adopt on Tuesday if it's something that you know, want to do no matter what. ARP
What do those
funding.
add-ins look like?
What was the amount?
So it was 2.5 million for Waco Family Medicine, and then 3 million
million.
for MHMR.
So 5.5.
5.5, yes, sir.
That's game changers.
Yeah. And it comes back to not knowing, there's so much unknown about ARPA. I think that's the scary, that's kind of the elephant in the room. It can do so much, but if we obligated that money in our budget, I know I've been down this road before, and they asked for it and we gave it to them, then there's very little chance that we could go back and claim that on ARPA once we've spent it, is there?
No, you should still be able to. I mean, that's constant with grants, that you're,
But we're not.
it's just where you're
ARPA 's
classified.
not gonna hand
it's
it
not a
back to the
grant, though, is
taxpayer.
it? I mean, is ARPA a grant?
Yes.
They call it a grant? They're giving us X number of dollars times
It's-
population. I mean,
It's a grant, but it's.
Grant with no
There's
stipulation.
no
You have to pay
stipulation
that.
to repay it.
Yeah, no,
And they
no
should-
match. No, it's just money for us to spend on those types of,
right, yeah, it's just, here it is.
Yeah, it comes under the definition of a grant. And a grant, some of them you gotta pay it all back, some you pay part of it back, some's matching. And some of it is a grant that you have no obligation to pay it back as long as it meets the criteria.
meets the criteria.
Anything that has a CFDA number attached to it, federal money, it's a grant, and it's gonna be single audited.
Yeah.
It's gonna be included on your CFA.
Maybe I shouldn't be this way, but I'm just a little suspicious because, you know, they're capable of changing the rules in the middle of the game. And it would,
That's already in the bank. They never sent that unless we sent it.
Yeah, we have it. It's,
yeah, I understand
so
that.
Francis, I guess, so what is the mechanism to get these projects the money?
So you would just need to, you would just need to instruct us, hey, here's our budget for ARP or approved expenditures for ARP. And then that money's sitting there, it's in its own fund. We will write that check through AP just like any other, and it's
So
coded
it'd
to
be
the grant
just,
fund.
it'd just be just like a 2-week normal process that we
Yes.
normally go through,
As long
right?
as you make that,
We just
that
approved the
approval.
expenditure
We
to use
probably-
those funds.
Yes,
we
ma'am.
need to get BKD.
BKD.
I do want to
Get 'em
add,
going on those two projects particularly.
And, the way it would work easiest, we were talking about this the other day, is if, all grants, a budget comes to you for approval, in some capacity. Usually the granting agency wants that budget too. In this case, not so much, it's a little bit different, but, setting up a budget just like we would for anything else. And then you approving that, and then that gives us the authority, of course, then to run with that and make those expenditures.
All right, Dustin's got something to add.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Mike and I had talked last week, and we are creating subrecipient agreements as well. That way, when these funds are transferred to another entity, to make sure that they are spent in accordance with the grant terms as well. So we will have those ready when the time comes. We're working, David Shaw, that was an attorney with the city of Waco. He's now working at Haley and Olson. So David is working on those, and I talked to him about those Friday afternoon again as well. So
And Dustin, you've looked at the ARPA guidelines and from Treasury and all. Do you feel fairly confident that both these requests would qualify for funding under
yes, sir.
program? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So the question would be, and we have till next Tuesday, that if we want to put these in the budget or not, or just trust that they'll come out of and don't fool with the budget or the tax rate and. Right?
Yes, sir.
So what is the proposed tax rate right now on the county website
Your proposed,
That we publish.
that we published?
so our proposed rate was 442,876. One sec.
We could fine tune that Tuesday.
So put that in the yellow column real quick for me, would you please?
Of course.
Now, are we still at the target fund balance of 33 or 34?
So that's at 34.
Were we supposed to be at 34 or 34.4?
Well,
There was a 34.4 in the last one, but was that just?
I thought our
we
policy
cleaned
was
up?
33.
your policy is 33. We had that in there just because the discussion,
And I thought we talked about the 34.4 when we were talking about the additional increases. I thought on that last
it
conversation.
may have been where we ended up, just, putting in estimates and not having all the retirement changes reflected in there yet. That may have just been where we left off.
But 33 is our policy
Right.
as a minimum.
And we were shooting for 34, I thought.
Yes.
Well, we did
too.
talk about, if we had to, because, right now our health plan's doing really good. But if you look at other communities, theirs has been going the wrong direction. And so, and other things that we may be concerned at, so the 34 just gave us a little bit of extra cushion if we needed it. But our policy is 33.
Yes, sir.
So it's important.
I'm comfortable with leaving the budget just as it is and relying on ARPA for the funding.
Okay.
That's my personal, but what I'm hearing from y'all, it sounds good.
I mean, I'm good. I really don't think we need to put it in our budget, but we're gonna try to find out, starting this evening, Dustin, to talk to BKD and ink that contract and ask questions, within a short period of time to get their cursory review and then a more in-depth review. Because it's gonna make a significant difference if we have to put it in our budget from what we had planned.
I'm good with what's on the screen there
On the
and leaving
preliminary,
those out of the budget.
Okay.
on the preliminary, did we put this 42 or did we put the no new revenue rate?
No, we had, in the proposed, we had 442,876. So then just through discussions
Okay,
after,
And that's the no new revenue rate?
446 was.
so at the time, the no new revenue rate was 442,876. There were adjustments made, the tax office had to adjust some things. So it was, the no new revenue rate actually came in a little below that. We didn't know that at the time.
Right.
But your 42 cent, like if 42 cents is below, definitely
Okay,
below your no
I'm
new.
asking the same question, Commissioner Jones. Right now, we're showing as our preliminary tax rate 42?
Yes, just discussing that and seeing what you think, because that's.
No, no,
The
no, no.
proposed rate.
What do we have?
proposed.
Yeah, what is
The proposed rate is 442,876.
Okay,
That's what we published.
Yes. yes.
okay.
But in discussion last time, we talked about
The 42.
what else could we do to get it down to 42.42?
Yes.
And so that was the target we were trying to get to. That's where we are today with this.
Yes, sir.
My thought, I don't have a problem with 42 if we meet all the obligations and our promises, because we committed to Waco Family Medicine and we committed to MHMR. And I would just hate for us to adopt a tax rate and then in trying to make those commitments, we cripple ourselves. Because that's a whole $5.5 million we'd have to come up with.
And you also sold $15 million in bonds today also too. So, and I don't know if the language is broad enough to include that in there, but it could, I suppose usually we keep it very broad.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's true.
I haven't read
At
it.
some point, we're gonna need to have a list, because you can only spend $1 once, you know?
Well-
I can give you $100 here and $100 here, but if I spend 300, I left you broke. But,
You
so at some,
understand overdrafts.
I bet you do. So at some point, we will need to make a list of what we intend to do with that bond money. Because
Yes.
we can't be putting projects,
I think we
You know,
need to
everywhere.
get right on that.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. So, but like I said, same with the grant funds, a budget will need to be set and
so my thought is, I'm comfortable with the tax rate that allows us to keep our commitments.
That would mean we would need to put it in the budget.
I did say that.
I backed into that.
yeah, because even, you could increase the tax rate, but if you don't have it budgeted, can't spend it within that fiscal year. So
And that too, but you say that Waco Family Medicine is looking for an immediate payout. What about MHMR and the Crisis Center?
Yeah, they're gonna break ground in September.
Okay, because like my Mart Road program,
The
we
what?
are gonna spend that money on roads in just a little
Oh,
bit. We've obligated it across fiscal years, and I'm just wondering, do we have that same flexibility or liquid with these projects?
Well, what I've expressed to the entities is that, we would be looking to these federal funds grants to cover them. So I think we're good, without putting it in the budget. And I think until BKD gives a final review, I'm 90% sure we're okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, just so I don't want to quote it wrong, but when it talks about mental health, it talks about mental health specifically a lot. It also talks about health,
Community health.
outreach, to to regions that aren't reached out to enough. That's not the right word. So I don't. To me, if those projects don't fit in there,
What does?
what does?
I don't think anything would. Well, we'll try to get BKD to give some guidance, and, I mean, I feel pretty confident on what we've read. And, you know, I know Waco Family Medicine feels like it qualifies, and so does, MHMR on the crisis center. I mean, it's, you know, crisis center definitely would fit, so. But,
Infrastructure plan also too references mental health.
it does. It does.
Okay. Well, then, you know, we have this, you know, 42 cents, everything that we've talked about and you've given us an okay on is included in that budget. So, you know, we'll meet again next Tuesday. We'll start out with the public hearing on the budget first. And then, you know, you can still have, of course, discussions. We can talk through, we can change things, and then following, we'll adopt both the budget and the tax rate.
You did put the additional 250,000?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, so that's with the additional 250,000.
great. Okay. Anything else?
I do not have anything else.
And that 250,000 is subject to City of Waco.
Absolutely, yeah, we
match.
would never not match.
Okay.
Yes, and so that's in the budget, and if for some reason the timing of it wasn't right and we adopted with it next week, if y'all say only transfer 3 million, of course, we'd
Right.
only transfer 3 million,
Right,
3 million for
right.
that purpose.
Okay. What else? Dustin, you have anything else?
Judge, I believe that's all the action items, and I'm working on a communication to BKD now with both those asks, so.
Okay, so, in the court documents, I'll have the contract ready for me to sign, right? And so we'll need to get them to execute.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And Dustin, can you copy the court on the communications with BKD?
Yes, sir. What I'll do to, I'll send it, are y'all okay if I send it and then send it to y'all individually and then let y'all know responses individually?
That's fine.
Okay.
Just as long as we're all in the loop.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anything else to come before the court? All right, we stand adjourned.
Recording stopped.